Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
minute. I'm on the mission, snap any minute. Casually winning, stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best.
It's day 2 of week 2 here for Call of Duty Mobile in EU, and today the focus is going to be on the bubble. Only our top 4 teams can make their way through to the challenge finals, and after today, who will be claiming that 4th spot might become just a little bit clearer. Well, who else is going to perform well? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are about to close out week number 2 here in EU for Call of Duty Mobile. Today will be an important day for some of our teams. I'm excited to see what happens with some of these matches. My name is Glitter Explosion, and of course, you know, we've got Infinity, we've got Bobby, and we've got Ton helping us get through the 50% mark for our challenge season. It's going to be a good one today. Brody, are you ready?
I'm so ready. This is going to be a good day of action. We're going to have a lot of close games today. I'm so ready to have a lot of competitive matches ahead of us and to totally not see any 3-0s.
Definitely not going to see any 3-0s. Today is it's the real testing grounds, as it is all of the top 4 teams versus all of the bottom 4 teams. So this is where we're going to see how big the gap between the top and the bottom really is, and also maybe some opportunities to mix things up for that number 4 spot.
No, look, I know realistically, you know, we know where the teams are at in terms of who's going up against each other today, but it is an opportunity for them to cause an upset, and when upsets happen, that's when we are at our happiest. So there is potential, to say the least.
They're underselling it. They're underselling it. Okay, it's going to be fantastic. And if you missed yesterday, or if you missed any of our previous weeks here so far, all you have to do is go follow us on social media. We've got X, Insta, and Facebook. And as long as you follow along on there, you'll be getting all updates for our entire challenge season for all things Snapdragon Pro Series related. Or you can join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can join the community there, hang out with us, chat all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue getting all of the updates as they are coming, because it's going to be an important week, especially now the fact that we will be at the 50% way mark after it's done. This is kind of, you know, it's the last opportunity some of those teams at the bottom can really have to at least try and get into that top 4. And if they don't do it, then they're fighting for placement money at that point. So it's going to be important no matter what way you cut it. So we talked about it abstractly. Let's take a look at the standings so you know what we're mentioning when we're talking about that bubble, the 4th place importance. You can see where that red cutoff line is. After yesterday, Exclusive and Kings remain the only 2 teams who are undefeated, 3-0 at the top. They haven't faced each other yet. That's going to be next week. Next week's actually going to be absolute insanity. But right now, they've been dominant, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that's a surprise to any of us, right? I mean, this is what the Season 3 finalists up there. Currently undefeated, as you said, haven't faced each other just yet, but they've had a good time with the rest of the competition. Right below them, though, Mont and Omnicient at 2-1. Certainly the latter of those two, I think that's been probably the most interesting storyline coming out of Season 4 so far, in that we did have that massive matchup between them and Kings, in which it went all the way to Game 5. And then kind of going down, I think the biggest thing for me looking across the board here at the leaderboard is the fact that, yeah, you've got those 4 teams that are sitting at 1 and 2 and 0 and 3 respectively, but it's not over for those guys yet. If they come out with a victory today, they could still be in the competition.
Yeah, that's what's really important to know. You can see how Ricey is right outside of that. Ricey is going to be one of those teams fighting to get into top 4, and they're going to be going up against Mont later on today. That is important. Obviously, Mont has a loss in their column, but Mont also has a few more teams that they will have to face off against that could potentially knock them under Omniscience after today, based off of who Omni has to go against. So there's things we're going to be paying attention to, because that bubble's going to start to get even closer. we have to talk about this Mont and Ricey matchup before. Let's take a look at their previous matchups, where things shook out, Bobby, because so far, Ricey's seen some tough squads.
Yeah, they absolutely have. They've had Omniscient and Exclusive, who are undebatably looking like top 4 teams right now. So obviously, you don't necessarily see everything from the graphic that we're looking at right here, but you look at Mont. They had 2 matchups that I don't think realistically should have been close at all, looking at Nexus and Big. And then going up against Kings, they got absolutely steamrolled yesterday. It was not a pretty matchup. And even with Ricey only having 1 match win, with that being against Xantium, I felt like they put up a really solid effort, both in the hardpoint and the search and destroy. They're a very scrappy COD Mobile team, and I think they have the potential to pull off the upset today.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a very close game, and we already talked strength of schedule, but it's hard to say where both these two teams are really lying in the grand scheme of things at this moment in time, but this game will help us decide that a little bit better. You know, we were talking about previously, of course, the Mont against Nexus game being super important, but now we've kind of seen where Nexus are and not maybe as good as we thought they were going to be, and Ricey maybe just looking a little bit stronger than we considered. So these two teams now are 2 of the teams that we do expect to finish in that 4th slot at this moment in time, unless one of the teams below can really step it up. But these 2 of the guys we're really looking at. This is a huge game. I would argue the biggest game for both these 2 teams that's left of the rest of the season, I would think. Brody, you're squinting at me.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things, because again, it's kind of back to that discussion about kind of what actually separates the teams below the top 3 that we've kind of said these rosters are better than everybody else, and I think we were all in agreement that that is the case. And honestly, I really don't think it's that much. I think honestly, for a lot of these teams, it's a case of just fixing very, very small things. And so when it comes down to it, yeah, this is probably going to be a really important matchup. I definitely don't disagree with that. But I would say do not underestimate the rest of the field. Even if they lose today's match, they go 0-4, for example, I still think fix a few things and you could be a really competitive squad. I mean, Ricey saw that in their very first match of the season. They went head-to-head with Xantium. It was a really close one. I think 3-1 is what they ended up winning. And the maps that they won, as far as I remember, were actually pretty close throughout. So I still think it's highly competitive between all of the squads, even if this is a really important matchup.
Yeah, I worry about some of the others more than others. I would say Big are definitely in and amongst it, I want to say, but for teams like Nexus and some of the teams they've lost to, they still have hard games as well. They are the teams that I'm kind of concerned about, really. But yeah, I think Big, Mont, and of course Ricey are kind of in and amongst it now. Curious to see if Big can improve, but yeah, this is still a very, very big game.
And that's why I'm glad that you had brought up just the schedule in general, because we saw which teams both Mont and Ricey had already faced off against. Ricey's already gone up against the Exclusive and the Omni. Mont's only gone against Kings. Obviously, that means Ricey will still have to see Kings, but that means Mont still has to see Exclusive and Omni, and that means Ricey still gets to play Big and Nexus. And when you start kind of, moving all these puzzle pieces around on your game board, there is the potential for Ricey to be picking up wins on days where Mont still has to play some of its hardest competitors, and things are going to start to look a lot more even the farther we get into the season, and that's why the bubble is going to be such a tough battle, which is why the matchup today between Mont and Ricey is such an important one. That's going to be our second match of the day, all right? If you're wondering about the schedule for today, that's going to be the second one. So if you're wanting to sit in on that, just make sure you're here and ready to go to see how it plays out. It's going to be a very important one, storyline-wise, for everybody involved. Now, we're trying to get an interview ready, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if we're able to grab the player if they are ready to go. If not, we will continue on about our merry way. But we got to hear from everybody while they were kind of talking about that during the highlights, Bobby. I didn't get to hear your thoughts on the importance of the matchup today between Ricey and Mont.
I mean, it's definitely crucial, because especially if it comes down to a tiebreaker, then that means head-to-head is going to be the first tiebreaker that comes into play. And it seems like realistically, these are the 2 teams that have the best chance of moving into that 4th spot or potentially being tied there, depending on how they play the rest of their matchups. Obviously, Big is still in contention for that, but having losses to, I would say, far less difficult teams, I would say probably gives them a lot less of an edge than it might for teams like Ricey, who have lost to mainly top-tier teams, and to Mont, who have definitely looked very strong in the competition they've played so far.
I'm I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. Okay, so it actually looks like we aren't able to grab the player for the interview. That's fine. They do need to lock in before they go into all of the gameplay today. So instead, we're going to get all of the basic business out of the way. If you're new here and you don't know how this works and you have no idea what we're talking about, don't worry, we're going to break it down really quick. Typically, I give it to Bobby. I gave it to Brody last time, which means Ton's the only one that hasn't done the format. Explain to people how it works.
Trial by fire here. Well, of course, we have our open competition, which led to our open finals, where 128 teams battled in a bracket to determine the top 8, which is now what you are seeing here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge stage. All these teams will go up against each other in a round-robin format, and then into playoffs. The top 4 teams into those playoffs then have the opportunity to go to Sao Paulo in Brazil for the Mobile Masters.
Which is, I mean, you crushed that. There was no trial by fire.
I would like to think I did quite well there.
You know the format in and out. Okay, and that's what all of our players are competing for. Obviously, top 4 trying to make it to those challenge finals, like Ton said, but everybody wants to make it to Brazil as well, and only one team has the opportunity to do that. But while they're here, it's not just the title of being best in the region and the trophy. There's also some cash on the line here, Brody. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, everybody walks away with something, which is the main thing, of course. I think about 20 to 30,000 is on the line here in the challenge season. And first place walks away with $2,250. And then you can kind of see the filtering all the way down to 8th. If you go last, you get $500. That's a nice little bit of cash in the back pocket for you to walk away from the competition from. For a lot of teams who maybe didn't necessarily expect to qualify, hey, that's a nice little bonus.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, even if these teams aren't able to make it into top 4, they still want to be pushing to a higher spot on the leaderboard to get some more money as well from the prize pool. So there's lots of things for us to be focusing on. But I mentioned it earlier, schedule. Let's take a look at it, because I said that the second match of the day is where we're going to be keeping our eyes on Ricey and Mont, but we're actually kicking the day off with Omni versus Xantium. And Bobby, you mentioned this is one of those days where we get the top 4 teams against the bottom 4 teams, and it could be a little rough.
It could be, especially for Xantium and Nexus. This is basically do or die. Once you hit that 0-4 spot, it basically becomes impossible to qualify, even if you were to go undefeated for the entire rest of the competition. And they really haven't gone up against the toughest of the tough right here. So they need to come out on top. I would say if either of them were going to have a chance to do it, it's probably going to be Xantium, just because at this point, Kings look pretty much unbeatable. So as much as I would love to see Nexus put up a good fight, that's going to be a really, really tough one for them. They have had some good showings, but just haven't been able to close out maps.
It'll be interesting to see what these teams have learned so far in the competition and what they can apply against the squads that they have to go up against, knowing that we have some of our giants in the region in that competition going up against the people who are currently towards the bottom of our leaderboard. I really want to dive into it. Like we said on the schedule, we've got Omni versus Xantium first. Talk me through your thoughts on this one, Tom.
I mean, look, Omni have came into this as, I don't want to say an entirely surprise package, but with the way that they played against Kings, we've been kind of talking about it since then, haven't we? Look, they really did push them. It took overtime for the so-called best team in the region to take down this relatively new dog in a map number 5. So realistically, they are very much at the top, and I kind of want to say they have continued to prove that. We have seen plenty of games from them where there has been a couple of games which I don't want to say have been hit or miss, but they've been maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked, albeit still relatively comfortable. This is an opportunity for them to put down another marker for themselves to get some potential, and I don't want to give any disrespect over towards Xantium, but this is a good one of those series where expanding your map pool is not a terrible idea. Getting some practice, some competitive practice on some maps that you're not 100% sure on, I don't hate that plan. So let's see how they do in this one, but it's very much a game Omniscient should be going into feeling very, very confident.
I mean, obviously, we know the Omniscient roster really well, but we'll take a look at it and also talk about them a little bit here, Bobby. You mentioned even yesterday when we were talking about them, we were looking for improvements on their ability to kind of close out things like their hard points, et cetera, because that's something that they seemed to have struggled with in that first week.
Yeah, it has been interesting to see the different looks that we've had from them. I believe different rosters starting for pretty much every matchup so far. So one where we didn't have Rasmo, and then Pharasma was added, we didn't have Balance. Then Balance was added, we didn't have Narcs, I believe, yesterday. But across the board, all really, really talented players. And I don't think there's any one right or wrong roster. It's really going to be about figuring out the way that all these players work together and seeing where the chemistry lies within that. So I am curious if they'll continue to experiment with that. Obviously, they're going up against a Xantium squad that is not nearly as experienced, so they'll have a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, in the Xantium squad, they're also, I would say, still a pretty good team. Obviously, kind of pales in comparison to Omniscient, was certainly on kind of what we've seen so far. I think they even experimented with their roster yesterday. I think Daijin came in for their matchup. And he's still a pretty good player, but for me, I think the players I'm looking for forget an aspect. I think the guys that have kind of proven themselves to be pretty good on this roster. So if they maybe come to play in this matchup, could be a pretty competitive affair.
I think it'll also obviously come down to what they're able to do, like Tom was mentioning with their map pool, what we get when those picks and bans come up. Do some of them favor Xantium, or is it going to go Omni's way? So as soon as those pop up, it'll give us a little bit more insight and information for this matchup. As I say that, apparently they're ready to go. I wasn't prepared for that. That's great. We're starting on Summit.
Yeah, Summit's going to be a good one here. I think the objective for these vetoes, at least for me, for Xantium, is to make sure you do not allow Tunisia Search and Destroy and Standoff Control through. So when we get those maps in, that's going to be the interesting one. No Tunisia. Would you look at that? And to be fair, it wasn't even banned. They just banned, so I don't know. You did a good job, guys, even if you didn't intend to. The control.
They did not do a good job. They didn't ban it.
But look, it's not there. That's the main thing, Bobby, okay? And neither is Standoff Control. It was banned. I'm going to go ahead and presume that that was banned by Xantium. Hopefully, look, I'm a positive guy, as you guys well know by this point. So that's actually a pretty good map set, I think, on the whole for Xantium, I will say. The Hacienda Hardpoint, though, I will say is a little bit daunting because I think Xantium have played it twice and they've lost it twice, so...
And I think, to kind of go back to my theory, I think that's kind of coming to play for Omniscient here. We're kind of seeing a bit of a change-up. Summit in there, Meltdown, Firing Range. Firing Range, obviously, we usually get, but Meltdown and Summit, we haven't seen from them so far, I believe, or at least not that much anyway. So we're going to get to see something maybe a little bit different from them, and this is the opportunity to do it against a team who are 0-3. Mind if you lose, then you maybe ruin that opportunity that you took to maybe do something different, but I think they'll still be feeling confident in whatever map set they got.
Bobby, what do you think about it?
I mean, I think the roster that we saw for Omniscient yesterday looked like arguably the strongest one that we've seen out of them yet. So if that's one that is returning, I don't see much of a path to victory for Xantium. Once again, they have a lot to prove, especially given the fact that they lost their match to Ricey, who coming into this season, I kind of anticipated was going to be at the bottom of the board. So they've definitely got a very tall mountain to climb.
All right, well, we'll see what they're able to manage. For now, we'll send you two on over to the other half of the studio to get yourselves ready to dive into match number one. And Brody, I'll get your final thoughts.
All righty, look, I'll say this much. If Xantium want a way into the series, it has to be via the hard points. Omniscient's hard point actually isn't as strong as you'd like to imagine. For how good they have been, their differential is one of the lowest of the entirety of the league. I think it's like 8.75 plus. So that is a pretty low number considering they've played teams like Big and Ricey. So there is an actual potential here, depending on how the summit goes, for Xantium to find a way into the series. But I'll say what I've always said about Xantium. They need to fix those little mistakes that they've been making against some of these top teams. If they do that, they should be all right.
Okay, all right. I sense a little bit of hope on the horizon as well. I like this. I like the analysis. Brody, thank you so much for the breakdown. But now it's time for us to head into match number one. So Bobby, Ton, let's kick today off.
Obviously, one of the things that we have talked about a lot with Xantium is using the operators. And you would think that's a pretty easy fix to make. They haven't seemed to do it. We're about 3 matches in already. Hopefully they've been watching back the VOD, because I feel like at the bare minimum, that's the least you can do, is to watch your matches back and even just hear what the casters have to say about it. So hopefully we can see some improvement there. Obviously in the control, but also the pacing of it, the positions that they're calling them in at hard point are going to play a big role as well.
Yeah, I think they might be paying attention to what you're saying. What me and Brody are saying, no, it's questionable to say the least. No, but we kind of have come to that agreement with Xantium that these operators have been their biggest problem. If they can get around that, then maybe there is something on the cards for Xantium here today. But Omniscient are going to be a different beast to some of the teams that they've already went up against. They're going to have to bring their A game if they want to take a win away here against Cathila and the boys, who have kicked things off with a couple of kills over towards the top side, but over towards P1, they're getting some control already. And we'll, of course, be looking over towards P2 in around 45 seconds or so. But I mean, look, it isn't just the operators, right? You know, Xantium, for me, they do seem to have a decent level of slaying ability every single time we watch them. You know, they keep it close, I want to say, when it does come down to the kill feed. But Omnicient are a team who are very good at doing that as well. Satins has been somebody who's impressed me just so much so far this season. Kicking off with only 1 kill with the R9, but 25 seconds remaining here on P1. Omnicient have been allowed to get far too much time here.
Yeah, Saturn's obviously absolutely went crazy, especially yesterday. I think that was one of the better performances that we've seen out of him. But 40 seconds on the opening hardpoint, like you said, not a great sign for Xantium. Looking like it's probably going to be closer to 50 right here as Saturn's is there to lock it down. He's only got 2 kills, but he also hasn't died yet. It's mainly because his teammates are picking up all the kills. And now Balance looking to spawn trap right here. None of the shots gonna land, but somehow staying alive. Big gunfight for Daijin. He's going to be able to win that one, so that should maintain the spawns for the time being for Xantium. But they got to get somebody on the point. They do just that. Aspect trying to see what he can do, but the Pred drops directly onto his head. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrive, and Xantium, not a bad way to start this P2.
It's nice to see him getting some points on the board, though. Satins has been causing all kinds of problems with the R9 down low here as we go over towards the catwalk. 35 seconds remaining on this hill, and you can already see rotation starting to come into effect. Shots going in from Satins as well and doing really well to even find one more, but these kills have just been all Omniscient so far. Heading over towards the next hill in 20 seconds. Omniscient very much in a commanding lead right now. It just feels like the middle of the map, the kills have been kind of been going the way of Omniscient all the way through, and when you find all the kills, it makes it just so much easier to pick up those points. Zukas is there to maybe do something about this 10 seconds of scrap time, but will not get that either. You are spawning a metric mile away if you are Xantium here. Omniscient are going to have every single minute they need to get themselves set up here for P3.
Daijin's going to wait on reinforcements, but unfortunately for him, there is a balanced Pred missile waiting on the opposite side. That's going to drop, and once again, sent spawning way across the map, nearly over by P4 right now, and we got 50 seconds left on this hard point, but Xantium have not shown a single hope of getting anywhere close to this one. Finally, solid flank play. 3 players looking to hit the wrap right here, but Balance is going to read it. He's going to pop the equalizer, but gets shut down right there. Still opportunity for Daijin. He's going to be able to win the gunfight, but one player still spawning in the back is going to be able to trade for Omniscient. They'll be able to lock things down, and it looks like they should be able to get the rest of this, but wait, they don't anchor right there. Probably a calculated play, as not only are they going to pick up this hardpoint time, but they continue to leave those Xantium players spawning in the worst position possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Heads up play there coming through. You want Xantium towards the back. As soon as it's hitting around 20 seconds, I think that's when Omniscient have got to start spreading their wings here over towards P4. I mean, look, let's talk about it. Look at that scoreboard. It is a 120 or so point lead for Omniscient after only 3 kills here on Summit. Balance it co now with the spawns over towards the back. They flipped it just ever so easily. Xantium need to be a little bit more resolute, but you look at the kill difference, you look at the scoreboard. Omniscient very much putting Xantium to the task here. Zugas is able to find a kill, but only one. Gets shut down with that Annihilator in hand. It's just not what you want to see, but Omniscient right now are running away with this game. Spawns, though, still there for Omniscient, but they have initially been broken. Aspect is able to find 2. Can they manage to find the brick here? Still one player towards the back in Balance, and that might just be an issue as you try to push through. Lucky is there to find 2 more. 30 seconds remaining. They are inside the point, and eventually a solid brick will come through. But is it too little too late, as that lead is still 100?
Lucky just absolutely snapping on players. Omniscient doing everything they can to make sure this ends as quickly as possible. Rasmo on the outside going to be able to find yet another. The hard point has been cleared, and Omniscient back in control. So with that happening, Xantium going to look to set up inside P1. One player looking towards ski lift, the rest on the inside. We'll see if they can find these rotational gunfights to give them some breathing room. Omniscient looking to push up through the top side. Not going to find the opening right here. Xantium have played it well, but Saturn's looks to sneak through, and with the R9 in hand, he's going to be able to do the damage, but it is going to be the War Machine shut down. That could be the opening for Xantium to start closing this gap.
Last time around over towards P1 when we kicked off the game, Omniscient picked up about 40 uncontested points here over towards P1. It was mostly down to Satins just locking it down, and his team around the rest of the map getting the job done where they need to. Lucky Satins combining well, but Forget very much finding a nice 2-piece there for himself inside of P1. We know that there is time up for offer for both of these 2 teams over towards this hill, but the shots coming in from Gadila with the SMG in hand as well. Of all things, Lucky is there to back things up, and it just seems like Omniscient are dominating the kill feed at the right times. Xantium have found a small gap to get through. But looking over towards the next hill, which we'll be going to very, very shortly, it is a good position for Xantium to be in, but Omniscient just so dominant.
I don't think I've seen anybody win a P1 gunfight up against Saturns. He has been hitting every single R9 shot, and there's Balance and Lucky locking down both the top and bottom sides. Omniscient, if they're to play this perfectly, could potentially win it here on P2, which is kind of wild to think about. Lucky's going to pull out the Sparrow, does not hear Zakur's on the hop down right here. And Xantium ensure that they will see P3, but it is going to be Omniscient with stronger spawns toward that green side. Saturns looks to push on in. Solid value off the War Machine for Forget right there. He's going to be able to zone off for the time being, and a couple more kills do come through. So they'll pick up some scrap time here, but man, 140 seconds, that is a long time to try to close a gap. They're going to have to play this perfectly the rest of the way out, and just like that, Omniscient breaks back in. It's Gothilla with an Annihilator.
Well, when you think that things are just maybe looking a little bit better, all of a sudden they go back to how they have been looking, which is pretty grim viewing if you're a Xantium fan. Gothilla not quite able to hit that second shot, does so in the end. And now it's going to be about this fight over towards the forklift side. They're going to try and want to push this out if they can here, Xantium. Gothilla found 4 before he did eventually go down, but the gunfights inside the point here are quite important. You do want to keep a hold of these spawns towards the backside. These kills have been pretty much traded away, and that is going to be a Xantium win when it comes down to rotation. Now, that's the first job done. Can you continue to hold this one down? Good use of the claw to come through to try and shut down this small little choke point that eventually Omniscient are going to find a way through. That is one kill going to come on through. Dejan will then start to fall, and you can see Omniscient starting to posture. 45 seconds remaining. They're about to find the push.
It looked like Xantium were just going to give up the spawns for free as they pushed away from the spawn side, but it doesn't really matter for Omniscient. They'll gladly break through the front. Balance with the Equalizer, able to do some damage. A little bit of tick damage coming through the front. That weakens him up for the shotgun in the hands of Saturn, and Gothilla does the rest about as perfectly as you can play. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a little bit of a reverse spawn trap. The stronger spawn side, not very beneficial, as you are getting absolutely torn to pieces, and Omniscient are able to hold from the weak side. The Equalizer does not connect. Welcome once again to the 100-point club for Xantium.
Dominant display there from Omniscient. And you know what? The writing was on the wall from the word go there. As soon as you see that P1 control coming through and the amount of kills that Satins was able to very freely find over towards P1, you can't let it happen. I mean, look, what was it, 45 seconds or so here for Omniscient over towards P1. I was nearly right. It was 51 seconds on P1. That is a lot. You cannot let that slip. P1 is one of those that I know there is the relatively favored side, but it's not that big of a difference, really. I mean, yeah, okay, you're pushing from the lower side. If you can get catwalk control, then that does help. But Satins was locking that down on his own, and the rest of Omniscient could just hold up top. It's very, very difficult to find that push through. And from then, things didn't get better. They got worse. Xantium just nowhere to be found in this game at all, apart from in the kill feed. Omniscient absolutely dominant in map number 1.
Yeah, that P3 to P4 chain for Omniscient on the first rotation was one of the cleaner hardpoint displays that you will see in COD Mobile. The fact that they were able to lock things down when it was beneficial and then flip it immediately as soon as Xantium started to hit that early rotation, they win those gunfights on the way over, send them spawning miles away, and take the new hardpoint before it even pops. That's how you handle business. And you look at the kill feed, it wasn't really as one-sided as you would expect for a 250 to 80 scoreline, and that's because of the way that Omniscient did control the spawns, the way they dictated the pace of the game. And even though there were some players for Xantium that were able to keep up in the slaying, the map control was just non-existent.
Yeah, you can find kills across the map. You know, anybody in this league can find kills across the map, but you've got to make sure you're finding them in the right positions at the right time. And it just felt like every single time that Omniscient were finding them, they were at the right moments, and that did indeed make the difference. A very, very dominant map number 1 coming in from Omniscient with a Search and Destroy and Control coming up next. I don't know how much I fancy Xantium's chances here. Omniscient have looked very, very solid in the Search and Destroy side of things as well, and we want to continue that here as we do indeed head over into map number 2. I don't actually think I've casted this yet.
We don't get a whole lot of Meltdown in Europe. We get a lot of shame. It is a shame because I love the map. they're just really enthralled with firing range search and destroy. So anytime we get a chance to cast something new, I'm always happy about it. That is a very quick plant over on the ace side. Gothilla gets the bomb down. One player taken down, but Aspect's able to pick Rasmo across mid right there. So it makes it a 3v2, but once again, it is Omniscient with the advantage, and Lucky plays that position perfectly. Ryu tries to get aggressive right there, but shut down instantly. And they speed ran that one as Omniscient take the opener.
Saturn's finding 3. Round number 1. It's a big push over towards the A side there.
Defend the objective.
For Omniscient. Locked it down pretty quickly, and when you do have the numbers over towards it does make it a lot easier to hold that down. Seen some legendary S&D performances on this map. I'll make myself sound really old, but Sans right now just continuing off where he left in round number 1. That's 4 in a row now for him. This bomb again is going down very, very quickly. Omniscient are just about having their way with Xantium in every which way they could possibly want to right now. Ryu's the only one who can answer back. It is now a 2 versus 4.
Daijin trying to hit a little wrap right here. May be able to... No, perfect read out of Gothilla, but doesn't hit the last shot. They've got a tad overzealous right there looking for the second kill. Regardless, he's going to be forced back to regen right here, and with only 20 seconds remaining, not a whole lot of room for error as you're trying to take down 4 remaining players for Omniscient. They've got things locked down on the inside. Gothilla is going to deal the damage quickly, and they take back-to-back rounds to open things up right here. Once again, Xantium not doing a great job of giving themselves hope to start this one off, as that is also back-to-back rounds with 3 kills for Saturns. He's already sitting on 6.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
It's a worrying trend for Xantium to have to worry about you. Omniscient coming out the gates very, very hot. They're being able to put these bombs down nearly every single time. Eventually a first blood will come through here for Xantium. That's cancelled out, and then even some more coming through from Gothilla. Forget is there to answer it back, but now a 3 versus 3, but Omniscient do have control inside of it. Xantium not in a terrible spot here. They can collapse as this bomb will now go down. Next gunfight, massive for both teams, but feels like it is more important for Xantium. Omniscient get the bomb down, 40 seconds to defend.
Looks like the timing's going to be perfect. 2 players coming up the stairs right here, but Gothilla not even facing that direction, finds 2 anyway. And he's got a hunter killer right here that he's just going to go ahead and chuck out. I don't know if Aspect realizes, but it doesn't matter. That is going to be the ace, as he has completely locked down that A site and dismantled that Xantium roster.
Second kill on the entry at 3-3. Absolutely huge from Gothilla. That's one of those rounds that you look back, if you're Xantium, you say, what could we have done better? Well, just get the gunny up and somebody kill Gothilla. Now inside of A once again, and it's just being an absolute massacre over towards this side, looking at Gothilla combining again. Zukez is the only one who can answer back. It does seem as if Xantium have sent more numbers over this way. Forget. Phenomenal snap there. Rasmo with one of his own and make it the second for Forget. 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. They've brought it out with the fire. Aspect is there as well, and Rasmo's left all alone.
He's got a sniper in hand as well, so we'll see what he makes of this, but obviously the bomb down and nobody around it should have the real estate to at least be able to retrieve it. Doesn't have the timing there, but it doesn't matter. Flicks on to Forget. Opportunity to 1v2. I thought he saw him across mid, and he did indeed. 1v2 on Erasmo right there as the quick scopes connect, and they set up 4-0.
Oh, it's a sniping clinic across the board. Really good play from Forget inside of the A site. But whatever you can do, I can do better, says Rasmo. 2 huge kills. The 1 versus 2. The second looked absurd. Omniscient are running through Xantium right now, and they want to continue to do so here in round number 5. Gothilla down low, trying to put a little bit more aggression in. Does have the bomb though, so doesn't want to fall. Kills traded as Forget will find 1 before dropping. 4 versus 4. Saturn's in a good position to cover his teammate, but this bomb, look where it's heading. Gothilla has managed to get all the way through the middle of the map, and now he's inside the reactor. Maybe needs a little bit of help. His teammates absolutely nowhere near him yet, but he has found himself now behind enemy lines here, Bobby. This is a potential opportunity. I mean, he's back in his spawn, basically.
Ryu takes the first shot, but Gothilla slides away quickly, so the information's been given.
He's done a lap of the map.
He's just running in circles right now. Rasmo's going to be able to pick another onto Zakurs. Now it looks like they're going to head to wrap back to that B side. Xantium not making the read right here, so this should be able to go down fairly quickly, and with still a minute remaining, it will once again put the pressure onto Xantium. maybe at some point going to get an inkling right here as you do hear one of those nades come down. And they're going to go ahead, clear all these angles, don't want to take any unnecessary risks, and the trophy goes down. The plant should go through, and now the pressure onto Xantium to try to retake right here.
Numbers against you. Not the easiest of retakes. It is going to take a less than favorable gunfight win if you want to break this setup. Omniscient watching each and every single way that they need to. You can only pair up if you are Xantium. Dejin and Ray. 1 kill between them. Can they find 3? Ryu jumps straight in, but his team is just a little bit late on the child there, but they have put a bit of pressure down, but they're going to have to be a lot quicker than this. 15 seconds to go. Nowhere to be found. Kills coming through from Gothilla and Lucky. I don't want to say that this map is necessarily attacking sided, but it's been made to feel that way. Omniscient dominant here so far, 5-0.
I definitely feel like this is one of the more attacking-sided maps just because you can dictate the pace of the game depending on the range and the approach that you want to take. Especially in Stage 5, it felt like we saw very, very much it being B-sided, but Omniscient have been very comfortable working that working the A side. We do get an explosion for balance to find one right there. Xantium fired back, though, able to find a couple picks, and this may be the first man advantage we've seen for them in this map specifically. They get more aggressive there toward the back of the B side, but obviously have not cleared out Sniper's Nest. They're going to wait for Razmo to arrive. Lucky hasn't had an angle to work with, and right here is going to be the opening engagement as it looks like it's Razmo getting the better of it.
Aspect was always going to be the ace in the hole there for Xantium. The second that he drops means you're in trouble. Razmo now coming across. You need to probably get rid of Forget, but he is going to go for the plant, or is it just a fake? Trying to draw them out. Razmo there for the cover, but Lucky will get this bomb down. It's going to have to be a kill from mid. It feels like Forget there with the sniper sliding on through. Satins picks one up of his own, goes for the jump shot, swaps back to the DRH, the AR in hand. It's just easy pickings for Satins, really good repositioning. And now a 3 versus 2 for Omni to try and hold out on.
Just perfectly read right there. Unfortunately for Razmo, a little bit low on the shot. It's going to hit to the knee, but obviously he's got to sit back to regen. And shots don't connect out of the Renetti, so an opportunity, but Saturns could not have read that any more perfectly. Now 6-0 for Omniscient, as they have been so good at closing out those tight rounds. And 1 round away from being up 2-0 in the series. As expected, they have been fairly untouchable on both of the first 2 maps.
It's feeling like another 7-0. We seen one yesterday. We may well get another here. Razmo always holding the angle. As soon as we go off them, they come flying on through. It's maybe not the best stun I've ever seen in my life, but we'll, of course, get the kill and get out. And that's the important thing on the defensive side. Sometimes you just got to give it up. Lucky with another on the Aspect. This is just screaming 7-0. Godilla's now in and reaping every single medal of Xantium. Dejin is left all alone, but not for very long. That search and destroy is done. 7-0, as convincing as you could possibly like if you're an Omniscient fan. That was a bloodbath.
That was a clinical pinch play right there in the last round. They had no idea what was coming, and at the exact same time, players make entry from both sides. They handle business once again. And there were a number of different rounds that 100% could have gone the way of Xantium, but so many clutch plays out of that Omniscient squad. We saw the 1v2 out of Razmo. We saw an ace for Gothilla. Everybody on the squad was making plays, maybe with the exception of Balance, not his best map, but he could afford to take a map off with the way that his teammates were playing there.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize he dropped the breadstick for 7-0, by the way. That's impressive, to say the least. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter when the rest of your team are getting that much done. There was only so many kills on the map, and when Gothilla and Satins especially are playing like that, there's not many kills to be picked up from, especially if Balance is maybe playing a slower game, maybe playing the island. I'm not too sure if he was playing the objective side of things in terms of plants, etc., but nonetheless, that is a 7-0 win for Omniscient, with Control heading the way, with the dominant hard point just behind us as well. It feels like we're going to be back at the studio in 5 seconds, to be frank with you, because that was as convincing as we've probably seen so far this season. Omniscient this is probably, and I want to give credit to them rather than roast Xantium here. I want to say that, you know, we've both been here sort of saying to ourselves that Omniscient, on occasion, we'd like to see maybe a little bit more, like to see them be a bit more ruthless and make sure they punish mistakes. They have very much been that here in this game against Xantium.
Yeah, it seems like they listened to that feedback, because that was like the one thing that I think held them back when they were playing up against Kings. They struggled to close out games, and even up against some of the easier teams, at least easier relative to Kings, they struggled to close out games as well by giving up some significant margins, but they have not given an inch. 100-point, or rather 150-point win in the hard point, 7-0 in the search and destroy, and I'm anticipating it continues here in the control, as that has seemed to be the mode where we see the biggest gaps between the top and the bottom.
Yeah, I expect Omniscient to maybe be disappointed if they don't 3-0 this control. Attacking sided start for the side of Omniscient and looking for some kitchen control already to try and transfer this push over towards B. If it is unsuccessful, into a push over towards A. You can already see, for me, look, you're looking at Xantium's positioning on the map there. We're not going to get a chance whilst we're in the third-person cam and just having a little flyover of what is a phenomenal map in Raid. It's one of my favorites of all time. We're seeing Xantium sit back very, very far, and I'd like to see them take maybe a little bit more map control, but you can only do that if you're alive, and, well, not many of them are at this moment in time. Omniscient, once again, it's just a clinic. Kitchen control belongs to them. Lucky gets a hold of money as well. A now ticking through one segment, about to hit. It's been a good start from Omniscient, and as expected, it's looking good.
To be honest, it's not super dominant in the kill feed, but it's mainly because Omniscient are so hyper-focused on the objective that they're comfortable throwing a couple lives away if it means they can end the round even faster. Players already stacking right here. Forget doesn't want to get too aggressive over on this side, and Saturns makes his way through. Wow. He's chasing Ghosts right now, but that's okay because the rest of the squad cleans things up. They'll gladly use a Pred missile when they're up 20-9 because we just want to go home and eat some dinner. 14 life advantage right here. Rasmo going to be able to get out on this one, and only a couple seconds on the objective needed for them to lock in this. Worst case scenario, you find 2 kills instead, and looks like they're going to head and take the objective route right here as they take the opening round.
Always when you are at that point, it is better to take the objective because segments can count towards a potential tiebreaker of what I don't think we're going to see. Was to take a stab in the dark. I don't think we will. Yeah, tough one for Xantium, this one. Very much not turning up, and Omniscient doing everything they can to speedrun it. I was also thinking of the dinner joke because, I mean, their mums must be calling them down right now because holy shit. I'm like, we gotta go, boys. We gotta go. The stew's ready and it's all plated up, and very much we need to get it whilst it's warm, and I think they will. Sands and Co just continue to run through here. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. That kill feed is looking very yellow. Operator's now been flown in as well for Omniscient, just putting the pain down in every single which way possible. Annihilator is out. I mean, this is men against boys. Cathilla just going off where he needs to. We've lost 2 lives. Xantium have lost 15 so far. It's an absolute massacre.
Oh my gosh, this is just painful. Lucky's earned an EMP right there, and this is a different type of dominance, a different level of ruthlessness, and the exact thing that we asked for. They don't care when they call in the operators. They don't care when they call in the score streaks. They just want to end as quickly as possible. I think Saturn's actually ran out of ammo right there because he got so many kills, didn't have anything to work with. Those last 4 players completely trapped top modern right here. Saturn should be able to clean up 1 more. 3 players remain. Zakurs, I don't think they even have any communication. It may just be that they're so dejected that they're not talking at all, but they don't seem to have a slightest idea where any of the Omniscient players are.
Well, this has been one-sided to say the least. I'm not sure if production have a record check on our quickest series. Yeah, but whatever that record was, we'll throw it in the bin because I think this one's going to pretty much take the kick. Cathilla and Co finding their way over towards this B side. Attacking favored map it is when it comes down to raid control, and there comes the Predator missile as well. Aspect is able to answer back. I still kind of respect the fact that he's using the sniper up top laundry, but here we go, the equalizer is just unbeatable when it comes to these close range gunfights. Balance may not well have had much fun in map number 2, and if anything, you know, he's really lagging behind here. 8 kills, quite pathetic if you ask me, Bobby.
Yeah, to only have 8 kills at this stage of the competition, he's just really got to step it up. I'm not sure if they're going to have a chance to win the map otherwise, but we see B nearly already captured. Oh, Xantium. I mean, this is probably the first closest thing to signs of life that we've seen out of them as they get things cleared, but obviously they hop on A, and that's going to be Omniscient. Now only 1 tick of progress away from locking in that final round.
Yeah, what they did brilliantly there, and what me and Brody were actually talking about in terms of teams, when you do lose that fight at B, sometimes they just linger on too long and just sort of think, oh, just hippie. As soon as they lost a couple of gunfights, Omniscient spawning over towards the right-hand side of the garage, you're closer to A, just hit it. And that's exactly what they do. They make Xantium pay for, well, their good fortune of finding a couple of kills. I don't know if they're going to find many more, though. Everything being pulled in here for Omniscient. Xantium, you know, we've talked about their operator usage maybe not being the best, but honestly, just try and find a kill any which way you possibly can at this stage. Predator Missile, and again, 4 members of Xantium left. B ticked up that. It was a 3-0 if I've ever seen one. I mean, what else do you say? Oh, Omniscient, absolutely. I was going to swear I'm not going to do it. That was a beating.
You talk about like the operator usage, but when you get in that situation, literally the only time that you can hope to call in an operator is the beginning of the round, because any point outside of that, you're getting absolutely mollywopped. And like you mentioned, that was maybe the fastest match in Snapdragon Pro Series history. So Omniscient, as expected, handle business, and we are heading on to match number 2 earlier than expected.
Oh boy.
We started the show like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that, I think
including
you're right.
intros?
Including intros, yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. That was probably the quickest 3-0 we've had in ages. That is insane.
Listen, on the positive side for Omni, you had mentioned that they've tried a bunch of different combinations when it came to their roster. And you talked about this while we were watching in the green room, Brody. This looks like they've found their combo. Yeah,
I was saying this because Balance was a player that I think we talked about before the season had even really begun. Back in Open Finals, Balance was one of the players I think was standing out on this Omniscient roster. And I was kind of bummed when the season started and Balance wasn't on the team for the first 2 matches. They brought him in for the last match alongside Razmo, which I think was important. And now that seems to be, I mean, this is presumptuous, it seems to be the mainline roster now. That is the best decision Omniscient could possibly have made, because I think Balance is a very, very good player. Obviously, it's hard to gauge against Xantium. Very different beast to your Kings, your exclusives and such. But still, I like that change. It's a proactive one. I think it really benefits this roster.
All right, well, I mean, Omni get it done. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to what we saw on that leaderboard being changed after today, because Omni will now continue to move above Mont, who was technically above them. They were both like in that 2-1 spot. And Mont is going to be playing next in match number 2 on the day, and they will be facing off against Ricey, who is that team that was right below the top 4 bubble. So this is a big match for both Ricey and Mont. Should we do a little overview of it before we do the break, Bobby?
I think it's
why not? We got plenty of time.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably better than talking about that previous game. There's not much else to say there, I suppose.
Yeah. I think Ricey, like I said earlier, definitely have a chance in this one. I think a lot of it is going to be hinging on the performances that we see out of Kahlo and Sushi. I'm assuming that we're going to see Sushi play. We did see him out on the last 2 maps that they played yesterday, and I know that he had hand surgery, so if that's something, yeah, just ridiculous that he's even playing in general. But if that's something that is going to interfere with his ability to play, I think their odds of winning drop very, very drastically. I do hope that we get to see him, though, and I think this has potential to be a good matchup.
All right, you heard it here first. It's going to be a fun one. And now that we said it, talked about it a little bit, the break is ready to go. It's been a quick one. Match number 1 is in the books, but match number 2 between Ricey and Mont is right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 2 is about to get underway, and this is going to be between Ricey and Mont, if you're just joining us here for the first time. The match that will arguably be potentially deciding that fourth place bubble area here, Tons. So this is an exciting one for these two teams.
Very exciting. Look, we know that we have had some of these games potentially in the past that we sort of said has really been the one that will define that fourth place. But now as the lay of the land is becoming a little bit easier to read, this one does seem like it. I think Big could potentially be in the mix here, but this is the two teams we are finding more than likely are going to be in that fourth spot. I think the team that is probably sitting there a little bit more prettily right now is probably Mont, based on who they've already played. I know that Ricey obviously sitting after playing some of these good teams as well, but I think this is still Mont's game to lose. We are still of the opinion that Mont are probably just about the stronger team, but Ricey have shown something now and then that we know that if they can bring that to the table, Mont are not going to be able to deal with it that easily, I would say.
Yeah,
the face.
Yeah, it's tough,
It's
right?
just because I'm saying something.
We've
like,
had this conversation, right, behind the scenes. We've talked about it a lot today, right? I think it's fair to say between these two teams. And I'm certainly on the side of, I think we're still slightly underestimating Mont, only because of yesterday. Like, yesterday did just looked a little weak. I still don't think I've seen enough from Ricey personally to suggest.
I mean, I am saying Ricey are going to lose. That is still my opinion,
I know.
but I do know you mean. Look, Mont yesterday were really not very good. They need to be a lot better than that today if they want this nice and comfortable. We definitely do feel as if Mont are the stronger team, but there is some potential from Ricey, I want to say, unless Bobby is just...
I don't think Bobby does.
Mont?
No,
Mont
Bobby's not Ricey.
They have not had a single dominant performance. They dropped a map to Nexus. They dropped a map to Big. Those are two teams that they should have handled very, very easily, and especially in series where they're getting the majority of their map picks as well. I don't think there's I don't think you could give them that much of a gap. I think they're the better team. I don't think it's a definitive huge gap, though.
No, I agree with that. I just, like, the thing about Ricey, I just go back, and I know it's only one match, but I always just go back to that very first matchup versus Xantium, where they just did not look convincing at all. And I go back to the Open Finals, where Ricey did not look convincing at all. And granted, I know it's been a while since then, and granted, I know that they've put on a better performances since then, but now, this is when it matters. This is when they have to have made those improvements, and I just don't know if I've been convinced yet that they've done it.
I just think that they have improved a lot more than Mont have. And I think, like we saw yesterday, they were very, very scrappy versus Omni. Obviously, it was a 3-0, but there were maps that they made a lot closer than we expected. I want to give credit to Mont. I know they've been putting work in. I know that this addition of Lydia has definitely played a big role for them. But for me, they still have a lot to prove. And I think of the top 4 teams as far as standings go right now, they by far have the most to prove. And I need to see like a convincing win out of them here.
I could let this debate go on. I love this. Is great. This is the back and forth is wonderful. And that's the whole point of why this match is so important, is because you can make arguments for both sides. You can make arguments for the pros and the cons, the strengths and the weaknesses for both of these teams, which is why it's going to be a good one. The final piece of the puzzle, obviously, now that we've talked about the teams individually, the teams together, and their past history in the competitive portion of this so far, is that picks and bans process, those vetoes coming through. Because if either team is able to do a good job and get it going in their favor, then it might swing your opinion here. We're starting off with Hacienda, though. You know, pretty basic.
Yeah. I mean, nothing really necessarily to talk about from my point of view in terms of how hardpoint has been for both these two teams. It's been pretty standard that we're seeing these two maps. I want to say Takeoff has been a favorite of Mont's, especially we've seen Ricey play it a couple of times. Search and Destroys, maybe a little bit different with something coming in with Slums, but Raid is a typical one as well, I want to say. I think the only thing, it's not necessarily a curveball, but the only thing ever so slightly different is potentially Slums on this one.
I want to say, I think Hacienda is important because I believe it was the map yesterday that we saw between Ricey and Omniscient, and it was the one in which they got within 65 points of. So that's actually a pretty good strong map pick for Omniscient. But on the other side, you mentioned the Takeoff, and yeah, you're absolutely right. That is a favorite for Mont. So for that to be in this series, I think these are going to be two really important hardpoint picks on the whole. And that is without even saying just how important I think hardpoint is to this series. It is, at least in my mind, the best game mode for both of these two teams.
Yeah, if you're playing against Mont, you know that you're going to, in a 5-game series, you know you're either going to be playing Arsenal or you're going to be playing Takeoff. Those are their two go-tos. So not surprising to see it go in there. I think realistically, if Ricey can manage to take the Hacienda, Mont have looked really, really shaky in the search and destroy, and that's where Ricey have got to look to capitalize. Obviously, Ricey have not had a dominant search and destroy, but if you can capitalize on the mistakes that Mont are making, even if you don't find a way to take the control, I think there's still a way they can win the series.
It'll definitely come down to which team, you know, did a really good job voting, who was able to bounce back after yesterday as well. But I think it's going to be a fun one. For now, I'm going to send you two over. Get yourself set up for this match on the other side of the studio. Bobby, I love that you were ready to just spit the facts, take up both sides for Ricey and for Mont, to be fair. It's just pointing out where the faults could be.
I think especially as somebody who, like, going into, not even going into the challenge season, but going into open finals, I didn't think that Ricey were a good team. I didn't think they were going to have any chance of this competition. And the fact that they've been able to take one series, the fact that they've been able to improve to the point where they can go toe-to-toe with Omniscient, they're a team that I think are going to quickly become the people's favorite of Europe. I know that Sushi is a very loved player in the European community and the COD Mobile community in general, and I hope to see a good fight out of them in this one.
Yeah, let's put on a show for everybody in chat. Also, after we've had such a long debate, let us know your thoughts as well. Do you think it's going to be Mont that takes this game home, or will it be Ricey? Who are you supporting? Let us know your thoughts, because I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. It should almost be ready to go as well, which means I'm going to send it on over to Brody and Ton to get into it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, we're excited for this one. Of course, very much talking about that fourth spot. We are very much focused on that right now. We're not necessarily expecting mountains to be moved in terms of where these teams are going to position towards the end. We're not expecting top 3 placements. We're not expecting them to pull any trees up. We are very much expecting this to be the fight for fourth. There is still a lot of games to go, but this one against each other can really have its implications later on in the season. We're talking tie breaks. We're talking just general position. It's a big one for both these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And we go to Hacienda hardpoint. This is a favorite. I think it probably is the most played hardpoint
I'd say so, yeah.
we have here in the Call of Duty Mobile rotation. Again, we mentioned it already. It was a map that we saw Ricey play versus Omniscient, and they almost took it away from them. It was a 65-point difference between the two teams. So hopefully they're looking for the same kind of performance here, because if they do that versus Mont, well, Mont, obviously, we know how they play against a roster like Omniscient. For the start of this gun, it's going to be Mont starting things pretty strong here. They've got early control.
And I think the game for Mont here especially, if they can find this victory pretty convincingly, I think that absolutely stamps them into that fourth place for me. I think, you know, if it's a relatively close game, then maybe you could see a couple of results maybe going back and forth between these two in terms of the other games that they have coming up. But I think a statement win for either one of these two teams puts them in a good spot. But if we have a close game, there's still plenty to play for. Over towards P1 though, Mont really have been leading the race so far, heading over towards P2. They are in the better position right now as well, especially when you do have Etsy over towards that top side, or sorry, I should say Etsy towards the top side. Rotation started coming over towards the garage hill now with about 5 seconds or so over towards P1. Mont with the advantage as we head there.
Yeah, it should be said, by the way, that we were questioning whether Sushi would be playing in this matchup. He is here, so that's a pretty good player on side alongside Carlo. Those are the players who we're looking out for Ricey to really have a good game. For the moment, though, as we move over towards the McLaren hardpoint, Mont are over here. They're chilling. They've got a player anchoring those back spawns as well, so Jayce is going to be pretty integral to this entire play. And so far, so good from Mont on the whole. Ricey hitting this hill one by one, and they are falling one by one as well. Now finally a hit starting to be formed around the backline, and the kill feed for the last 30 seconds or so has been pretty much all Mont, but now the kill's starting to come through.
There we go. They find a couple of kills in different areas and then get shut down pretty much immediately. I think you're right in saying one by one. The communication needs to be there for Ricey because right now it ain't. A push coming in from the water side and then through the side door. Yeah, okay, it's great if everybody is there at once, and now at this time they do have numbers over towards the front side, but you gotta win your gunfights. They're all going the wrong way. If you are a Ricey fan, it's a clean sweep for Mont, sending them back to the respawn queue, and now it's about the rotation heading over towards P3. It's gonna be Mont with about a 70-point lead by the time we get over the fences.
Yeah, and Hacienda, generally speaking, I think is a very back and forth affair, but if they are gonna have a money hill, it's generally speaking going to be on that P2. That was a big hard point regardless though from Mont. Great start. Now you've got a low utility to utilize over by the next hill as well. Hunter Killer Drone, I think, from Lydia has already gone into the sky as they want to get early control of P2. And due to the spawn out coming through from Carlo and Turtle, this is not actually as convincing of a hold as I would have expected from Mont. Predator Missile now going to be utilized by Fahim as well. This is great utilization of all of the utility you've got in the back pocket, but it still isn't convincing enough. Close spawns now from Mont. One player getting a row spawn towards the backline as well from Etsy, and Mont here a good chance to break.
Can they find it? Hunter Killer Drone is out here as well, and it was a really decent hold from Ricey, but for very little points, and all of a sudden they're completely wiped out. It's going to be 4 from Etsy that eventually comes through. It's only Carlo who can answer the question of what Mont have been posing, but that is posing about a 70-point lead, and now a rising. Daytel is there. Nearly finds a second. But Lydia has been so impressive so far in this season. 10 kills to her name as well. The SMG in hand here for Mont just seems to be dominant. It's that area of the game that they just seem to be just such a further level ahead on. Sushi with 4 kills to his name. We said he could be the catalyst for Ricey. He's really yet to get going.
Yeah, and one of those operators that we were talking about, right? Carlo just used the Annihilator to very little effect whatsoever. Not entirely sure the thinking behind the play. Maybe decided that it was time to bring it out to get early control of the rotation. Right now, they do not have it, though. And now they don't have an Annihilator to use on the break. So far, so good from Mont. They're starting to get the kills on the rotation. Only one player over here. It's going to be Rushes. Can they do anything on the jump up in from behind? Because now you've got utility starting to come out here from Mont. The claw in the hands of Fahim, who will take Rushes down. This is a dire situation for Ricey. There's a Purify coming out to play, but it does nothing. Mont are having a stellar game.
Starting to get a little bit desperate now for Ricey. 20 points to their name. There is still a lot of Call of Duty to be played, but so far it doesn't feel like they're anywhere near. This has got to be used well for Rushes, and everybody here from Mont is now starting to back on down, and rightfully so. A few kills starting to fall in from Ricey. For all that this feels like a very nice break for them, it is for the small sum of 20 seconds. 10 seconds to go here over towards the final hills. We head into the second rotation of the hills here, Brody. Takeaways for me have got to be that Mont are absolutely dominating the SMG game here. Lydia, Daytel really combining so well together. They've got 32 kills between them. Looking over towards Ricey, yet to really get going.
Yeah, and I want to say as well that I think Mont, just on the team play as well, they've just been such a good squad. You know, the hits have been really well put together. They've made sure the positioning is as well for all of the rotations, and Ricey just haven't been able to match them in those areas. Maybe things can change as the fortunes might as well in towards the second set here. Mont, 110 points to the good. Smokes down on the hill as we always come to expect on P1. Daytel trying to play around it, looking for kills, has the cover fire from up top as well from the teammates, and all this is going on. This is a lot of time going the way of Mont that in this situation you can't allow to happen, but Callum and Turtle will combine for 3. And finally now, Ricey have something to say. With 25 seconds left here, they're taking some time away from Mont, and they're on the better side of the map for P2 too.
Has it maybe just taken them a little bit of time to get warmed up into this game? They need to start turning up. They need to start bringing something to the table. And this is a little bit more like it from Rushes. That's 2 kills in a row now for him, and heading over towards P2. Lydia is going to be in there. Now, if you are Ricey, you could do with a little bit of help on this rotation. Already over towards the mid side, you can see the spawn out starting to come through. With 5 seconds left, there's still 2 players over towards the top of P1. You've got to be rotating as soon as you can.
Yeah, but Turtle's keeping 4 players at bay, so this is going to isolate Lydia inside the hill, and that she's decided it's time to bring out the Purify. She knows how deadly the situation is and how important her positioning is too. Lydia finds the first, traded off, so not the greatest Purify there. She's actually going to get a post-mortem kill from Rushes, and off the back of that, Mont still in control here for the moment. For now, they are doing a great job at keeping Ricey at bay, but now Ricey want to make their way up the back driveway. Mont trying to retake control, and all the right gunfights going in their favor to ensure that that happens. This was where Mont managed to get a full 60 last time around. Ricey needs a break now.
It's looking like the full 60 may well be following Sushi. You've got to make sure this is used well. Only 1 kill coming in with the War Machine, and then it's just everybody in. Let the bodies hit the floor, though, as Mont continue to dominate. A little bit of a spawn out now, though. Are you going to be keeping an eye on it? Yes, you are. Sushi is there for the potential pinch, and Mont say absolutely not. 200 points about to be broken. We may well be just speed running the show here today with how some of these teams are playing. Mont above and beyond, running away with this game in map number 1.
Yeah, and just like last rotation, where it was Lydia who had the streaks coming off the back of that hard point, well, this time it's Jay who has the Predator missile and the Hunter Killer ready to go, and we know how that one went, Ton, where Mont were able to break pretty much straight away. Ricey have not had a good go of things here whatsoever. The comeback, if it's ever going to happen, needs to happen now. Jay decides now's the time to bring the Predator missile down from up high. He finds 1 kill with it. They want to cut the players coming off from the swords. They know exactly where they're going to be spawning, but the first wave of gunfight's not going in their favor whatsoever. Lydia still with presence over here, despite the fact that a double kill comes through. Nice nade from Callow to pick up 1, and following up with a couple of kills as well. This is scrappy. They are taking time away from Mont, but Ricey need time themselves.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can all just contest, you can all find a couple of kills, but if you are not stopping Mont from picking up points, you are going to be in trouble. Fahim now just chilling up top over towards the balcony side, and the kills are starting to fall through once again for Mont. They are 35 seconds away here. It's still a little bit of a gap that they need to close if they want to close this one out very quickly. Ricey, look, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's looking improbable right now. 5 seconds of scrap time. Where's the rotation? You're giving up the scrap, you're not getting the rotation. This has got to be a problem that Ricey absolutely have to fix as we head towards what will probably be the last hill, unless Ricey can do something about it.
That's that leads advantage, right? The problem that is any Call of Duty where hardpoint exists, it's just a massive problem that you're going to be constantly facing. But now in towards this hill, Russians are able to find the first kill at the very least, but you need more than that. You need to follow up when Mont, again, do have that advantage. They are just 20 seconds shy of victory here, Ton. They've got utility to work with as well. The Purify coming out from Lydia. She's going to die after getting the first kill, so perhaps a shot here for a couple of players to find their way through. Rushes with the equalizers will at least find the double, but again, Mont are spawning so close to the hill, they can close it here.
Let's see if Mont can lock this one down. Can they go 1-0 up in this series? It was touted as a potential close game, and Mont said, yeah, well, hold my beer, because this has been as one-sided as any other hardpoint we've seen so far this season. 250-63. Mont with a statement in game number 1.
And you know what's wild is, even in the last game and post-game analysis, I said, Hacienda is a hardpoint that, generally speaking, lends itself to close games. It's a very back-and-forth hardpoint, just with the nature of the positioning of the hardpoints. Apparently not. Apparently we know very, very little. Or apparently Mont know everything, because the way they played that was insatiable. Those P2 holds were absolutely everything. I mean, it was the way in which they didn't just, hold the full 60 off the back of P2 twice. They also got streaks off the back of P2 twice. I mean, it was the exact same setup both times around. Really, really good hardpoint coming out from Mont.
They'll be very happy with that, especially to kick off a series. Sometimes we can see teams fold very, very easily on the back of a dominant hardpoint win. And, well, if you're Ricey, you've got to just put that one in the back of your mind, right? I mean, there's not necessarily, I would try to pick up some positives for them, but there really wasn't any. They made it scrappy at times, but Mont, just finding those rotations, it felt like Ricey were very late to them quite often. Fighting over 5 seconds scraps, a couple of players there for it. And I know what we're saying, get to that point where you're so far behind, you have to fight for every single second. But you also have to put it into perspective that if you rotate and hold a full 60, that is a lot better than getting a hold of 10 or 15 seconds. But I know it's hypothetical, right?
No, well, I think you're right. I just think it's situational for many of those hills, right? I think when we're looking at like P2 to P3, for example, there wasn't a lot that they could do, because they did just get broken by the immediate usage of the utility coming out from Mont. But then when you're looking at like P2 to P3, that rotation, or P3 to P4, excuse me, that rotation does need to happen in my mind. You can't afford to just let that one go for free, and that is maybe a mistake from Ricey. But to be honest with you, if Mont were going to win a map in the series, or maps in the series, I should say, it would be the hardpoint again. You look at kind of the stats of kind of comparing their hardpoint to the search and destroy and their control, and their hardpoint is by far and away significantly better than the latter two. So They needed to win that, to be frank. Now we get into search and destroy, where I think things will be a little bit more 50-50.
I was just trying to figure out, also, I was looking at you on camera there, what Mont's logo is.
It's like a plant, isn't it?
Is it a plant plot?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's like an energy symbol or something in like the middle of the, like, I don't really know. Because the thing is, they used to be called Ice Mont. And I'm not really sure, like, I don't remember what the logo looked like when they were Ice Mont. Someone can tell me, some like in chat can be like, you idiots, this is actually a Mont. Whatever that means.
Let us know in chat or on Twitter, of course, what that actually is. I mean, Ricey is very...
It's just rice, isn't it?
Figure out. It's a bowl of rice, mate. So
Making me hungry.
We had some decent food today, actually.
We
As well.
did, actually,
no
yeah.
rice.
It wasn't rice.
No, it wasn't. But I was just thinking of the bowl, to be honest with you. Irrelevant of that, we get into Search and Destroy. Wildly off topic, kind of, anyway. This has got to be a good performance from Ricey. If you get blown out the water here, this is absolutely what you do not need. 2-0 down in devastating fashion would put you then into a control, which, to be honest, neither two teams have really had too much luck on as of recent anyway. So let's see which way it goes. But really, for Ricey, you need a performance here.
Yeah, for sure. This is a big search and destroy coming out from Ricey. They showed promise yesterday versus Omnicient. They managed to take, I think it was 4 rounds in total away. So we know they're capable of great things, and it's already been a good start coming out from a 2 who finds the first kill. Turtle and Sushi following up with more kills of their own, and well, Mont are on the defense here, so this is not what you want to see whatsoever here on Slums. Fahim going to offer some resistance, but not a lot at all. And yeah, the nature of Slums Search and Destroy, it means that it's very defensively sided. That is a great start to the S&D from Ricey to crack it.
And that is sometimes, you know, irrelevant of these attacking and defensive side and priority. Just getting that first round after a dominating hard point is very much a good thing to do for the mindset. It's now out of here as well for Ricey on the attack again. Mont already positioning over towards the fountain side. It's a big stack through the middle of the map once more. And now for Ricey, they kind of played that previous one a little bit passive off the start, trying to find some picks, and Mont, it felt like they maybe offered those picks up just a little bit too easily. They're not doing that this time.
Well, they are still playing relatively passively. The player pushed furthest up is Jayce, and I think the way that Turtle's playing, he's seen him. Normally you see players push all the way up towards the car, sitting in corners, because then, of course, it forces you to challenge at disadvantage if you are on the offense. That's not happening. But Mont finding the first bloods regardless. Fahim's able to convert for 2 here. Sushi, yeah, finds a response, and looking for the jump shot will be a Toots. Would be nice if you could find it, because it would make the situation manageable, but now you are... I was going to say, you are fighting an uphill battle, and this is the reason that, generally speaking, you force players to push out of the offense into mid, as opposed to just looking through the gaps and playing further back, because now you're in a situation where you don't have the numbers.
Oh, Sushi, big gunfight win. Takes down Fahim, and now Daytel is left in a 1 versus 2. A technical 1v3 if he can manage to pull this one off, but that's his first kill. PDW in hand as well, not necessarily the best for this, but if things start going on over towards this B site, then maybe it'll work. He has positioned himself over towards A, passes the halfway line, and has now put himself into a position where he can maybe do something here. This is being watched by rushes, though. If he manages to make that push through from a graveyard, gets a good bit of timing. This bomb will go down towards B. This is doable now, though, for the side of Daytel.
It's who's going to run straight into him. Oh, you need a clean shot there. It doesn't happen. Sees rushes from afar, and, well, I mean, you kind of have to take the shots, but the PDW is not the best weapon for this situation. And all Ricey need to do, watch the entry points. Rushes, yeah, definitely has the better weapon for that scenario. Double sniper play, not much that you can do in that scenario, and he almost had it. Bit more Call of Duty timing on the side, that would have been nice, wouldn't it?
I think it's one of those that if he does find that first kill, I think he probably does it. If he can find himself over towards the bomb site player on that, you've got the SMG. You're feeling good about the situation, but doesn't find it. Ricey with 2 attacking rounds now on Slums. It was a worrisome trend, actually. If we've seen map number 1 in the previous series, we were thinking that it could potentially run that same way, but thankfully Ricey have brought us something here in the Search and Destroy. Jayce very aggressive now. It does feel as if there is maybe some, I want to say, tighter angles now going to be worked from Mont to try and slow down this Ricey show, because to be honest with you, the pick game has been very good from them, and that's what's allowed them to try and find some rounds here. Are Mont maybe just showing a little bit too much? Are they not showing enough? They are going to find a first blood. They did so in the previous round too. Didn't walk away with that one, but this time they do have the numbers.
Well, first blood again here from Mont. Now that post-first blood, what's it look like? Etsy giving him a look. And again, I wouldn't do that if I'm Etsy. I'd just sit in the corner, do not chow. Even with the sniper rifle, there's no reason to look for more kills. Ricey have to push you here in this situation. You've already given away 2 defensive rounds. Lydia almost gives away her life as well. But Jayce going to take down Carlo here, who pushes out through Graveyard. Ricey now even more disadvantaged, but why are we challing? You don't need to do that. Why are we challing? Lydia going to trade out at least, but still, even this 3 versus 2 should not be.
Twitchy fingers from Mont, it feels, isn't it? Sitting there for maybe just too much of an amount of time. The patience not necessarily there. On board with rushes now. Shots in, the toots will fall. Shots into rushes were good as well from Fahim. They got a good eye on where he is. And should be able to find this one. Daytel, yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. Yes, right, we are, you know, picking at things here for Mont to be doing better, but they will ultimately get around nonetheless.
It's small things that on some search and destroy especially where at least I feel like there isn't much room for error. Again, because of how it should be, at least defensively side of this map is, giving away kills like that for free is not going to benefit you in the long run at all. And Mont now going back to that same setup as before. Etsy has been chilling through the middle of the map, looking for kills through Graveyard. Turtle almost gives him another one, but Etsy's not going to grab that kill this time around. Rush is looking for the trade, and really no choice but to chow out. Etsy going to pick up yet another kill as well, and this one does feel like it's fallen apart for Ricey on the offense. Much more expected situation and turnout, but maybe this not expected so much. Once again, Mont getting aggressive. They are really, really hunting for these kills.
Maybe trying to force them just a little bit too much, but they will find their second defensive round. I think for Ricey as well, even getting those 2 attacking rounds underneath their belt is never a bad start, especially when you do flip over towards the defensive side in a couple of rounds. Never going to be too far away, even if you lose these last 2. Heading over to defense with a 4-2 deficit, not the end of the world. But if you are Mont, you really do not want to leak anymore. That is the other side of the coin in this argument. Big stack over towards the B site. Passive again from both 2 teams who aren't really just playing for that pick. Why is Daytel in the middle of nowhere? Well, he's gunned him, so it doesn't really matter. Turtle gets sent to the Shadow Realm by Daytel there. Just didn't look like a gunfight you should have won. And speaking of them, there's another one. Sushi will find one to Fahim and answers back. 4 versus 4.
Etsy's going to trade things back in favor of Mont, though. So things still difficult for Ricey. There is one lane, though, that Ricey, if they so choose to push it, might be able to get away completely scot-free. A 2's been pushed all the way back towards Garage, so something to consider here.
I love this.
Mont getting aggressive. Jay straight in. A 2's just going to line them up, and this is exactly what we mean. You're running straight into players who are waiting for you to do this. They know that you're going to do this. And now the numbers in favor of Ricey. Daytel going to push, should have the better weapon for the situation. It doesn't matter. A 2's has been pivotal this round for Ricey. And now Etsy left up in the 1v2. This round, well, I mean, for Ricey, the world is their oyster.
Etsy always going to get a good bit of time and then finds the Toots. All of a sudden, he has Rushes behind him. It's nearly the snap as well, but Etsy's still holding. Rushes is going to push out. Etsy is going to be there. It's a 1 versus 1. Nobody's hitting anything. Which way does this one go? It's a huge 1 versus 2 from Etsy. Shaky shots across the board, but it will not matter if you're a Mont fan. It's a huge, huge round for them to get from the jaws of defeat. Etsy with a big moment here in the search and destroy.
They have the bomb.
And as you said, Mont chose to get aggressive. And I think the reasoning for that was they knew the bomb was there, right? So they're thinking about trying to cut it off, making sure they have control, but they then just gave up a little bit too much. I mean, this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a bit more like what we thought we would see. And all of a sudden already, are you ready for it if you're Ricey? Sushi finds 2. It's all of a sudden a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, this is actually okay for Mont here. You know, yes, the aggressive play is egregious in certain cases, but it's a fact now they've kind of got the bomb cornered into the back of Garage. Big 1v1 though, and ideally Lydia needs to win that because this really does leave Daytel in a bit of an awkward spot. He has no information as to where Rushes is coming from. Will spot out Sushi, but again, does not know where Rushes is positioned, so he should be dead to rights here, unless Daytel does something insane, finds the first, but doesn't quite see Rushes there for the second. And yeah, honestly, I actually kind of like the play call from Mont. It's a bit of a different look, but it's kind of what happens afterwards. As soon as Lydia loses that 1v1, Daytel is kind of stuck between a rock and hard place, and there's no other option than getting crushed.
Well, you would like to think that now Ricey are in a really good spot here. After 6 rounds, they are 3-3 after being on the attacking side. Now their turn to be on the defensive side. Lydia's just pushed out over towards the fountain, and well, okay, maybe attack is just the stronger side when it comes down to these two. Etsy and Co find the kills, and Lydia's ran through the middle of the map, and that is 2 kills, just nice and easy for her. It is Carlo left now in a 1 versus 2. Would be a 1 versus 3 if he can pull it off.
Big if he could do it. The bomb's going to go down now by way of Etsy. And this post plant, I think, does need to be strong. Carlo, again, one of the players that we always mention, is the best on Ricey. has a sniper ready to go as well. So probably the best weapon, to be honest, you could ask for in this situation, especially if you can find another one on the ground. But needs to peek at the right times. Etsy just waiting behind bricks. Daytel is very far away. Looking for anything.
Nothing being offered up. Callow still with an opportunity here, but with 14 seconds, it's just not going to be possible. It's a good start to the attacking side for Mont.
Get ready for the next round.
And, you know, they kind of flip sides to a certain degree. You know, I don't think they really had a read on where he was there, but I think in those situations, it gets to around 20 seconds, you've got to start moving, you've got to start forcing it maybe a little bit more. He was holding an angle for maybe just a smidge much.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you know.
It happens.
A little bit too long is kind of what I'm alluding to here. Grenades now set out. Ricey really backed up and just completely giving up B-site control. And that just leaves you in a really tough spot as that bomb will go down. And now you've got to break through these small choke points. This is Mont's round to lose now, especially with the numbers in their favor.
Yeah, this is a really peculiar strategy coming out from Ricey. If it works, I mean, fine, great, but it's so difficult to retake the site. The middle of the map is just, there's so many small choke points, as you said, mate, where it's difficult. I tell you what, it does help when Jay-Say just runs straight into the opposition. But Ricey's still holding back here, still don't want to give anything away for free. I think this is just kind of the gamble that Mont will get over-aggressive as they have been for basically the entirety of this search and destroy so far. 25 seconds now left on the clock here, though, and there goes another kill.
The two disconnected for a small amount of time, and then that is now also a round that he'll come back to and go, oh, they've planted the bomb, we're in a 4 versus 2. Yeah, it's not looking great. He's now the last man alive in a 1 versus 4. Etudes, 9 seconds on the clock. I don't fancy his chances. We'll find a kill on Etsy, though. Stopping any sprees going on from that side of things, but the bomb is down. The bomb will explode. 5-3 now to Mont. It's going to be 2 attacking rounds in a row.
And I gotta say, I like seeing unique strategies coming out in Search and Destroy. We always love that, regardless if it's regular COD or Call of Duty Mobile. But here on Slums, a strategy like that, it won't work 90% of the time.
Oh, I hated it so much.
It was not. It was. I'm trying to be somewhat positive about it, but you know, you are just giving up the entire map for Mont, and on Slums you can't do that. So we need to see a more traditional look out of Ricey this time around, and that is indeed the case. First blood good for Lydia, but the trade also pretty good coming out from Carlo. So 4v4 we go, and now Ricey in the traditional position of having full control over the middle of the map. Big gunfight going down over by A as well, and Carlo's going to take that one. So good effort from Mont to try and penetrate it, but it doesn't happen.
You would expect a Callow to get taken down there. Daytel will be the next one to fall as well, and this round is done. Especially with the opening pick coming in from Mont there. It was looking like they had a lot of control over towards the B side, but with a couple of kills coming through the mid-map, it seems like a really important fight's kind of happening around what you're seeing on your map right now, over towards the Grave side. Once that gets broken, things tend to open up a little bit, because you've got so many different angles that you kind of watch from. They can just explode out from that side, and it does make things maybe a little bit more difficult. Ricey now getting a little bit more aggressive over towards the point, but the line up for Lydia. Tudes is there to find one, can't find a second, and rushes will fall as well. All of a sudden, the round is done. Fahim and Lydia combining well. It's going to now be match point for Mont. Both these two teams just relishing in the form of attack at this moment in time.
And that's really the only way you can combat kind of the defensive nature of Slums Search and Destroy, is you have to get hyper-aggressive right off the start. Mont have done that twice now, and on both occasions it has worked perfectly. And Ricey, I thought for a second here, we're going for the look that we saw a couple of rounds ago where they were playing passively. This time, though, they are going a little bit late into the middle of the map, and that delayed push does work out somewhat, but now they've got players pushed through.
3 versus 3. Crucial round for both these two teams. It's the no-scope /quick-scope coming in from Etsy. And it's down to Callow now. Left in a 1 versus 3. He's going to be able to find one inside the bomb site. Can he find the second hero to Lydia as well? That would have maybe made this a little bit easier. Backs on down. And has managed to get out pretty much scot-free. Stopped the plant. Stayed alive. And now in a 1 versus 2 to keep his team here in this Search and Destroy. Is he going to get the read? He may well get the read as Etsy and Lydia back on down, give him a bit of map control, but it's the double bluff. Does Callow know they're here? The util is out, and all of a sudden, a tough spot to be in.
Post-plant crucial. Callow finds the first, switches out to the L-car for the second. Oh, the shot's not as good as he would like. Etsy closes out a Search and Destroy, and Mont are the ones to take it home. And honestly, turn off the start of that one, I thought that maybe we were looking at a 1-1 situation, because Mont did not play as well as we would like on their offenses, or defenses.
Well, neither did Ricey. So yeah, they're the great equalizer to a certain degree. It feels like Mont maybe made more, I want to say like 1v1 mistakes in the sense of like the players maybe over-challenging certain things. I think that's what you're probably going to point out. But more so for Ricey, giving up too much ground initially and not finding those 1v1s in the right positions was maybe the problem. That a couple of different situations as well, a couple of 1v1s that didn't go their way, but ultimately neither team really defending that great on slumps.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think the difference maker for me there, the reason that Mont won that map was because when Mont were on their defense, I think the problem was, as you said, they were just putting themselves in bad positions like this one that was really bad. And that just giving rounds away that Ricey shouldn't have gotten. On the other side, on the other side when they flipped, it was more that Mont were being proactive on their offenses. They were actually being hyper-aggressive. And yeah, there were a couple of mistakes coming out from Ricey like that. Honestly, in my opinion, kind of silly strategy where they just played super passively for no real reason. I get what they were trying to do, draw Mont out and think that they were going to get super aggressive, but that's not going to work on slums. But for the most part, I think the rounds that Mont won during the second half were down to them playing well, and I think they do deserve credit for that. So Mont coming out with the 2-0 series lead now. Great performances from the usual suspects in Fahim, who picks up 14 kills, a 2.0 KD. Not too shabby, mate.
Not too shabby at all. Etsy really, for me in that one as well, finding a 1v1 at a crucial moment up against Rush, I think that if that flips the other way, all of a sudden we're not looking at a 7-4 scoreline, we're looking at this now being 6-5, and we're still going on in the game. So that is a massive, massive round that Rush were able to, unfortunately, at least for his team, but Etsy was able to find. And now all of a sudden, on what we, did advertise as the game to watch out for today is 2-0 now to Mont, and it is looking very, very solid for them heading into this control now. It is going to be very difficult now for Ricey to come back into this one. Typically, I don't want to say we've seen necessarily the best gameplay in terms of control for either one of these two teams, so it is a bit of a toss-up. But with the way that the game has went, with the way that the game seems to be going, we're all leaning one way, and that's towards Mont.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of these teams got speed ran yesterday on control, so especially Ricey. So I don't really know. This is definitely a toss-up. This is definitely a 50-50. But I think as we talk kind of big picture for a second here in this series, I think this is going to be very difficult now for you Ricey to come back. And I think the reason being, obviously, we have a second hard point to go. And I think now more than ever, I was a little bit 50-50 on it, just given kind of the teams that Mont had played in the past. I am still now convinced that Mont are actually one of the best hardpoint teams we have here in European Call of Duty Mobile. I think it just feels pretty apparent they're now 5-1 on it if we include the game at the beginning of this series. They're a very good team, and the maps they've lost have already been like pretty close for the most part. So it's going to be an uphill battle from here on out, but we've got to get past the control first. Will this be a 3-0, or are there life signs to be found within Ricey? That's the question. It's going to be Mont starting things off here on the defense, and Ricey going for a 4-1 split to kick things off. That's actually a pretty good play, because Sushi's out of position over towards open stairs, catches Lydia off guard.
If they're still can find a couple of kills here and then start to push up, then it does spell well for Mont, at least in the initial gunfights that are going to happen over towards his B side, but a little bit of control now for the side of Ricey. It's so crucial that you keep the laundry control right. Sitting around where Etsy is now. Needs to stay alive here. You can't let that happen. The SMG then pushing around behind you. But then Lydia, on the flip side, is now around behind the backside of Ricey as well. Both these two teams kind of just exchanging kills here. Nobody with really any map control. Daytel in a good spot to slow something down, but gets taken down by a Tudes. And here come the kills now for Ricey. A little bit of control over towards the B side. Fahim is here to maybe slow something down. But it will probably be the inevitable here. B looking like it is going to go over towards Ricey, and that was a nice and quick capture over towards the B side.
Yeah, and it's important to note, by the way, that Callow did actually just die over by A. He was just trying to hold some players off from Mont before they pushed all the way up towards bedroom side so they could garner some map control for this inevitable transition over towards next. But I don't even know if they need that, to be honest. Ricey, off the back of this capture, have immediately won pretty much every single gunfight. Mont have little to no map control, and it won't be long before Ricey right at their doorstep. A couple of players looking to attempt a late flank. Daytel trying to push all the way through the middle of the map. Those are really the players, though, Turtle in a 2-tier ton, that I'm looking out for.
But I think realistically, if you are Mont here, you have found a couple of gunfights over towards the middle of the map. So a push over towards top bedroom. If you're a defensive-sided player, above where Sushi's sitting, up towards that top bedroom side, is a very, very nice spot to be in. And that's exactly where JC is now starting to aim for. 1 kill. Second, not going to follow, you would have thought, with Rush's turnaround. I think Rush probably wouldn't have expected Daytel to be alongside of him, though, and these kills starting to flow through now from Mont. Ricey maybe we're living in the chaos a little bit, and while still in that chaos is Turtle inside of money. So that might now help Ricey break out of what has become a difficult situation. Rushes will find a kill here. They do have a man behind enemy lines, though, and that is still Turtle now taking down some Mont with a little bit more control. Good play from Mont, I want to say, to be honest with you. Some nice kills coming on through. You find those in the middle of the map and you make it work for you. More real estate, the better you can do on control.
Yeah, these flanks are not going to be helpful towards Ricey whatsoever, and it's going to kind of create a sense of unnervousness, right? You know, just where do you go when you've got constantly players coming in from behind you? Ricey don't have to deal with that for much longer, though. Now a 10 versus 8 scenario. Mont have now been bullied back towards the point, and the kills are now starting to come through. Jayce with the melee, going to pick up a kill in the middle of the map, but for the most part, these are kills that are going in favor of Ricey, and as we go down to the very little lives that are left here in this game, a 7 versus 5 will favor Ricey. Mont just need to try and hold off, wait for Ricey to approach you. Lydia's getting hyper-aggressive here towards the bottom bedroom side, and now we find ourselves in a 5 versus 3. The lives going in favor of Mont, and as you say, time not on Ricey's side. Normally you could wait for Mont to approach you. That has not happened. Sushi's going to find the first kill, not going to look in for the corner for the second though, and simultaneously rushes will go down. So it looked promising for a moment there with Ricey having the life advantage, but a flurry of kills from Mont in the closing moment, well, that means it won't happen.
Honestly, I really like what Mont did in there in that defensive round. As soon as they get some sort of control, they move up as far as they can, but they weren't overly aggressive. It was like they were tiptoeing slowly up the map, find a kill, move forward a little bit further. And that's what Lydia did towards that backside. She found a kill on over towards the pool side and then just continued to move. Got herself in a really good position to shut down the push that inevitably, with that little amount of time left, is going to come through bedroom. Shuts it down, and Mont get the round. And maybe we'll get control over towards the B side. Lydia, again, thinking ahead. That kill, sometimes players will just jump straight on the point. She pushes mid-control now for Mont. It's looking a little bit better for them now as things are starting to unfold here in the control. B looking like it's going to go their way, and with some good time over towards that B site as well, and some good lives in their favor too. It's a great start to round number 2 here for Mont.
Well, good start coming through from Mont. You got 4 lives to the good over Ricey, but not a lot of map control, and the reaction from Ricey is relatively good. You've got the player in that all-important power position that will influence spawns after the first wave of gunfights. That's Sushi on top bedroom, but over by Laundry, Jayce is doing some serious damage. He finds a crucial double. It will open up some space and force Ricey to split somewhat, might even force Sushi to come back because Daytel's picking up the double. Now it's time to see some investment of the operators coming out from Mont. It's the claw from Fahim, who only finds 1. It is important to note, though, even if Mont chooses to use theirs, Ricey also have quite a lot on side.
Big players coming in from Ricey. Had to find that. Had to find that control over towards the kitchen side, or things maybe could have got a little bit out of hand. Lydia now pushing forward, has Etsy behind it. Overwatch. The Toots now in the water has actually put the smoke down at his own feet, and he's going to get away with this one as well. It's actually the Purifier inside the pool, but it is going to be Toots. Eventually gets taken out pretty quickly. Daytel now with the equalizer, not necessarily the angle we want to be playing, but Sushi with the War Machine over towards Money's side gets taken down. Etsy just a little bit wayward with his shots, but Daytel inside the point. The lives are well and truly in the favor of Mont now, but it's going to be the push from Basketball. You got to expect, you got to have an AR probably watching over towards the Money side. It's an easy walk through. Lydia's the head to change, just nothing stopping. Great shot from Etudes, and it looks like just about Ricey will survive on the back of the sniper play coming out. I was supposed to hand it over to you about 20 seconds ago, Brody, but it just keeps on going.
Mate, I don't know what's happening, but the last few operators we've seen from these teams, they've not got one or 2 kills, more than that from it. Regardless, Mont here, 9 versus 3 scenario. Ricey not looking to win this round at all. They're pushed very far back, and inside Money is Lydia. Sushi does actually expect it and finds that kill, but even with that, it doesn't look like a realistic situation for Callow to win. A 1 versus 8, it would be miraculous. It's not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, that was a really weird round. And the fact that we saw, like, I think it was, I want to say 7, that's just a guess, operator usages coming out from these 2 teams, and pretty much all of them got no more than 2 kills apiece. That is hilarious.
You don't need to tell me it was a guess. If you'd said 7, I actually would have believed you.
Oh, mate, that's cute.
I mean, I don't want you to take it, personally. It's just... Don't get cocky. Anyway, back into the next round. What can Ricey do to maybe give us something in this game? We really did think that it was, well, going to be a closer affair than it has been. Ricey maybe getting something going here. It is, of course, an attacking-sided round when you're talking about for them, and it is more favored when it comes down to raid control. Ooh. But, I mean, wow, Etsy just starting to line players up when he needs to, 26 to 25, but still some good movement, some good advantage being gained by Ricey over towards this B side. That's 2 ticks. Jayce will slow down the 3rd, no doubt.
Sushi, come on. Sushi gassed you up, mate. No! Oh, no!
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. As soon as he gets behind that rock, you know, oh god, I am in a lot of trouble here in Mont. Oh, they may well have given up B here, but not too easily, and have a lot of map control. You got Daytel on the spawn. It's an issue for Ricey. They've got to find kills through pushing over towards that laundry side. They do manage to find some.
And Mont are trying to set up the spawn trap. You can see it right now with Daytel and Jace. They are trying desperately to do it. They do need one more wave of gunfights to actually get the players into this spawn trap to get them to spawn here. But they've got the setup, and here we go. The players now starting to spawn here. Losing the 1v1 is Daytel, unfortunately, though. So the spawn trap doesn't last that long. But honestly, not all is lost at this point. Honey Killer Drone going up close and personal. We'll find the kill against Sushi. But even with the positioning from Jace there, you are forcing Ricey to spawn as far back as humanly possible, and it's time you're wasting off the clock.
But I actually really like how Ricey played that. They took their time and knew that they had to find the pickets. Irons up, try find something. You've still got 2 minutes to get something going over towards this A side. This is not the end of the world, and as you can tell, in terms of time, in terms of lives, Ricey still have an opportunity to do something here. JC, though, has just been an ever-present issue for them in the middle of the map. They are playing quite simply as clean as you could possibly like. Daytel now playing aggressive, just playing in corners, playing behind you consistently from Daytel. He had some help from JC for the first, but the second was all him. Fahim is able to find one in the middle of the map as well, and just a little bit more map control from Mont after those couple of exchanges.
Yeah, we were talking about this being even and still a lot of time. Well, I think both of those things are starting to slip away from Ricey here, and not a lot of utility to speak about from either side as well. Tell, if he wants to use it, does have the operator in the back pocket, but you need to get some map control. Ideally, before you do, and a flurry of gunfights that go in their favor now might actually offer that, but ideally you want something from Sushi on the flank. That doesn't happen, and now Ricey going to have to be a little bit more honest with it. Up close and personal, inside the kitchen. Fahim now facing down from the claw of Turtle. Tried to hide in the corner. That's not going to happen. Jace decides to utilize his war machine, and it finds at least one kill. Lydia going to double up in the feed, and Jace clears out the kitchen as well. Ricey on the back foot now, on their last legs, and they've got no control whatsoever.
Completely dominant. Map number 1 was so convincing. Map number 2, a little bit closer, but map number 3 really has not went the way of Ricey. Maybe one more stab at it here, but Fahim, Lydia, all putting it down. Mont 3-0 in the series, 3-0 in the control. Not as advertised, even remotely. We thought that this game was going to be a close one. We thought that the fight for 4th place, albeit not quite solidified yet, and may well just be leaning in one direction now, though, after that one. A Mont 3-0 victory, as convincing as they would have possibly liked it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is worth saying the search and destroy was close, right? I mean, it was pretty close, but again, and this is what we've been saying about Mont, it was only close because Mont made mistakes. Mistakes that if they were fixing them, they would actually be pretty competitive against some of the top teams we have to offer here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But yeah, 3-0 for Mont, asserting their dominance. We were questioned. We were like, were Mont going to be competitive versus Ricey in this series? But this is going to be a Game 5 affair. Nah, Mont aren't having any of that. They were looking pretty good across the board. And now I think they have definitively, at least in my mind, maybe it's too early to call. I don't necessarily think so. I think they are definitively going to be one of our top 4 teams here in Europe.
Yeah, I think that is an accurate assessment. I think this was the make or break moment as far as upcoming matches for Ricey, I believe. I think that now it'll probably level out to the point where if this is the win that Mont has under their belt, they should be okay for 4th place. But we'll obviously find out more next week when we get through all of our matches then and have a little bit of a clearer image of what that leaderboard ranking looks like here. But definitely less from Ricey than I think we expected, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm sad now. I was really hoping they could at least give them a run. I think once it started with them getting absolutely demolished in the Hacienda, it was pretty much over from there. The fact that they looked significantly worse against Mont and Hacienda than they did against Omnicient on Hacienda, I think was the rough part of it, especially given that it was their map pick. And I think things definitely unraveled from there. They had some hope in the search and destroy. But once again, we said that Kahlo and Sushi really need to step up if they were going to have a chance, and I think Kahlo went worse than double negative on that last map. So unfortunate for them, but that is Mont definitely securing and solidifying their spot.
I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying, and you know what I'm going to say? I did say this would be a 3-0. You did? Just say it.
I did say this.
Actually, no, you didn't say that.
I did say this. Look,
you said they were going to win.
We were eating food, and I said this was going to be a 3.
You didn't say it on broadcast,
I didn't say it on broadcast, but these guys
if it's not said on broadcast, it doesn't count.
That's true.
Mickey
I
Mouse
can't
prediction.
believe he's actually trying to take the position.
I'm just saying.
He's the one playing devil's advocate, saying that Ricey can maybe do something. And then he's just come out and tried to claim that he said Mont were going to win.
You cannot position this as if I did not say Ricey.
Chat didn't hear it. That's all I know.
About 20 minutes ago, he was saying that Ricey had a chance in this series. They just got smoked.
I think the one thing I will say is definitively now, and I said it during the broadcast there, I think definitively this now feels like Mont are one of the best hardpoint teams here in Europe. I think, I don't know, maybe that's wild, but the way I'm seeing them play, even against top teams, it feels like they're constantly having these competitive games. I mean, they just destroyed Ricey in hardpoint. Like, they are looking so good in that gameplay. I think that might well carry them through for the rest of this tournament.
Well, you can see now 3-1 for Mont, sitting right next to Omni with the same record, keeping themselves in that top 4. So now that we've got half of our matches on the day done, we're going to be turning our focus to some of those squads down there at the bottom as well as some at the top, because the next match on the day is Kings versus Nexus, and I feel like everyone is afraid when they go up against Kingston.
And they should be. The way that they have been playing, a little bit of a shaky start against Omniscient, but I think that's probably more credit to how good Omniscient are rather than how Kings didn't play it necessarily to their best. But Kings, yes, very much looking like one of the best outfits here in Europe at this moment in time, and I think they will continue to do so. This is a game that should be nice and steady for them, but again, I think I would like to see them maybe play with the map pool a little bit on this one, try to get some practice underneath their belt. Same with what we said about Omniscient in series number 1 of the day. But still, you've got to be careful. Every one of these teams here has some talent behind them. You cannot underestimate anybody, but Kings will be feeling very confident.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be fun to even see these teams get up on the screen today, watch everybody compete. But before we dive into match number 3 on the day, it's time for another short break. So we're going to send ourselves over to that. And when we return, Kings versus Nexus. So don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are moments away from getting into our third match of the day, this time between Kings and Nexus. If you just missed it, we watched what we thought was potentially going to be that fourth place bubble match, but Mont just came out and absolutely shut it down, proving to everybody they really want to solidify their spot in that top four, looking much stronger for themselves after what we saw yesterday in comparison. So nice to see that performance out of Mont, and now moving forward, we're going into a match with one of the teams at the top of the table in Kings. You mentioned it before the break, Ton. Kings are just the dominating force.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of, and not to just completely switch sides on what we're talking about Kings there, but Nexus were a team we kind of half looked at as well, thinking they would be on the bubble towards this season, but now Kings going up against a team who are sitting at 0-3. I've got to be feeling super confident about this one. You'd like to think it's just going to kind of be, you know, another day at the races for these guys. It's nice and easy, but I mean, look, things can change very, very quickly in COD Mobile. Let's see what happens.
We love a good surprise. I mean, we'll talk about Nexus a little bit first here, Brody, but if they're able to even take a map off of Kings, that alone would just be something like a huge learning experience going up against someone that a lot of people expect to be the best in the region.
Yeah, it's very difficult, though. The only maps that Kings have actually lost in the entire tournament so far is that fateful Game 5 versus Omniscient, where obviously, you know, that was a banger of a series for us, but it's going to be so, so tough. I mean, it's just such a massive ask. If it was any other squad, or I say any other squad other than the Kings exclusive Omniscient trio, I think it would be doable. I think it has been doable. These guys have taken maps, Search and Destroy specifically, but Nexus are... They are fighting an uphill battle. I'm going to be frank about it. This is going to be a real tough one for them. If they're going to do it anywhere in the series, it's going to be the S&D, but I don't know. I'm going to be the realist here.
We're clutching at straws, really, aren't we? Realistically, for Nexus, yeah.
I mean, on the flip side of that, Bobby, then let's talk about Kings. And we know that they're good, so I want to get your opinion on what small things then could they potentially be working on to get even better if they're looking forward to like challenge final situation.
Part of it's going to be solidifying the roster, as once again they're another one of the European rosters that have had different looks. It was interesting to see Raid out of the rotation for a little bit, but they looked really, really good with him in there, especially up against Mont. Given the performance that we just saw Mont put on against Ricey, the fact that Kings smoked them the way that they did, I think says that much more about what he's bringing to the table, and I think Grizz looked especially strong. So really a lot of it is going to come down to the way that the ARs are playing, as obviously those two guys, fairly dominant SMG/shotguns, trying to get those things locked down and also making sure that you get off to a hot start in the hard point rather than giving up an early lead and forcing a comeback. I think those are going to be the highlight points.
See, I like that. I like that because as we're talking about these teams that are going to be in the top as well, there's no such thing as perfection. I mean, there's always going to be areas where these teams can work to be better, because then once you get past challenge finals, you're on an international global stage too, and that's what a lot of these teams are looking towards.
Yeah, especially if you're Kings exclusive and Omniscient, they are really, I mean, look, their sights will be on playoffs already at this stage, and it is, again, what we were talking about at the top of the show. It's a good opportunity for these teams to get some more practice on maps that they're not really too cool on at this moment in time. Maybe they're just like, you know, not feeling too hot about it. So let's get some practice on those, because we have seen some teams have some really crutch bans in some of the, you know, they mostly think about themselves. Yeah. And that's kind of the point, is that they're thinking about the maps that they don't like to play. This is the time to get into them. I think, if I remember correctly, Kings didn't win a single Arsenal at stage 5 this season, something along those lines. There was one map in particular they really, really struggled on. Was it exclusive or Kings?
Exclusive.
It was exclusive, right, okay. Still, point in is that, you know, if you are having those kind of maps, this is the time to give them a go and maybe just iron out any creases that are obviously still there.
Well, we'll start getting those picks and bans up here whenever they're ready. But Brody, you had mentioned that if there's any opportunity for Nexus to do it, you think it might be on the S&D.
Yeah, S&D is probably where Nexus are strongest. I think their retakes are especially good. It's just kind of getting to that point where they've actually got to get into the situation where they can actually do that. And against some of the top teams, they have struggled. But when you look at their matches against Mont and Big, they're able to take the Express Search and Destroy off Mont. That was a pretty big map victory for them. And then, you know, again, Slum Search and Destroy versus Big. big. So, you know, in S&D, it's the only thing I think they've won on the whole. So we're looking for them to come out and win it again here. We look over towards those S&D maps then, I think, in particular, and we do have the slums for a map number 5. The problem in my mind is getting there. And I know that sounds harsh. Look, guys, I love you. Nexus, you're a great squad. But getting to that map number 5 is going to be a real uphill battle versus Kings.
I love how you don't have any issue being harsh against Nexus, but up against Ricey, like, oh, they don't stand a chance in the series. It's gonna be a 3-0. Right? I'm like, okay, all right. I see how it is. Okay, I agree with you. I don't think they have a chance in the series, but realistically, I hope that they can put up a good fight. It has been interesting that Afer's out of the starting lineup, if I remember correctly, for the past couple of games, as obviously he was a player that we had highlighted before and could once again point to potential issues just working with teammates and being a good teammate. There's obviously players out there that, yes, they can slay out, but are they able to do the rest of the job communicating with the teammates, what's happening, where it's happening, and making sure that team morale is where it needs to be. So I'm curious if we maybe see him back into the rotation. I would say talent-wise, he's probably the best player on this roster, but if it doesn't work chemistry-wise, then obviously it's not worth the risk.
Sure, absolutely. All right, well, we've got all of those picks and bans through, which means the lobby's probably about ready to go. So that means next step is you guys off to the other half of the studio. And while you get yourselves over there, final thoughts on this matchup here, Ton?
I mean, we've kind of hammered it home already, haven't we? In the sense of that Kings are really the favorites in this one. Look, for Nexus, I think you're sitting at 0-3. You're likely to be 0-4 after this. Just trying to get some good habits. Playing up against stronger opposition always does help you learn your game a little bit more, you know? So, look, try and take from it what you can. Try not to be too dejected. This is one of the best, if not the best team in the region. Very much go in this as, well, if you're not going to win it, as a learning lesson at least. So, try and take some pointers if you can.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what our teams can muster up here for match number 3. Nexus versus Kings is right around the corner. So, Brody, Bobby, let's get into it.
All right. Well, Nexus looking to prove something right here. Once again, they've got a chance at this one. It's just not a very big one.
Yeah. So, look, there is a way into this series, so I'm going to be somewhat positive here, but it's a very small way, and that is you have to win both Search and Destroys. I think that is very clear, and that's going to be difficult to do. It's probably their best chance. And then it is worth saying that Kings, historically speaking, Control has been their weakest game mode, right? So you're looking at what we call, I think it's we describe it as a Neslo in regular Call of Duty per se, and that's named after a Call of Duty player, and that you win the maps 2, 5, and 3. So that's the way into this series, if there is one for Nexus, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. That being said, we are starting this best of 5 on Takeoff. This is another one that we see very, very often. Kings, though, what roster do they start this one with? Raid, still in here.
Yep, it looks like for the time being, Inferno is going to be moved to the bench, and obviously they have more reps with this roster, with Says being on their Stage 5 roster and Inferno only absent due to some travel issues, so no question this is going to be the one that they're most comfortable with. May look to work Drari in later, but off to a hot start right here is Grizz going to lock in some objective time. Raid trying to make the read to clear out the outskirts, and he's able to do exactly that. One more player left to deal with. He is dealt. Just like that, we got a wide open hard point. Big gunny win for Denicio, but not going to be enough to inhabit the hard point.
Yeah, for sure. Great start coming out from Kings here. It is worth saying that Nexus do have quite a bit of talent on side. We'll go back to the Open Finals. Nexus did look pretty impressive with the likes of Kree and Legacy being the players to watch out for. So they do have a fair bit of slaying power, but again, it kind of does pale in comparison to the roster that is Kings. Just everybody on the squad can always be firing on all cylinders at all times, and it's been a pretty good start from them. They've managed to get a 10-point advantage over the side of Nexus, but now it is going to be Kings in control of P2, and we've seen teams absolutely dominate this hard point in the past as long as all the points of entry are being covered. Raid trying to keep an eye on construction, almost gets taken out from the side by HBC, but ends up getting the turn on kill. First few gunfights, Bobby, looking pretty good here for Kings. Yep,
and with Grizz locking this down, nobody's finding easy entry. Obviously looking over at the Nexus roster, Afer still not in play. We saw FaZe yesterday very up and down against Big on the larger map that we had to open things up. I believe Hacienda struggled, and then hopping into Summit was dominating, but obviously this is not a super SMG-oriented map, and he is struggling once again with only 2 kills on the board. Kings have been fairly uncontested so far in this one, but Legacy is going to be able to find the break on through to at least find some contest time. The R9 does get traded instantly, and Nexus not terribly out of reach on this one, as they are going to look to set up toward new, and they do have 3 players already good to go.
Yeah, this has been a great hill, though, for Kings. What a good start. And I will say that I appreciate Nexus rotating away towards what is a very important P3 hard point, but they have to be careful they don't get broken straight away. And Grizz with this R9 is disgusting. Probably alongside Raph, one of the players that if I'm going up against them when they're using the R9, I ain't touching that whatsoever. Here comes the push from Kings, looking to try and break this backline, break the spawns pretty much right off the rip here. Raid with a crucial gunfight. You saw Grizz there jumping up towards the balcony. He's already found one, and now decides the time is full. The Equalizers is only going to find 1 kill. But this is a big investment coming through from Kings. They want to break the spirit from Nexus right from the rip of this game. 2 operators there we see being utilized, and they do not feel like it's enough here to break the hill.
Nexus do a great job of trading in the midst of all those operators right there, and they're actually going to be able to get close to tying this up if they can lock in some more time. Marvel's going to make his way on in. The OBJ AR slaying out right there. And going to look to push up to the top side as Grizz is going to have this area all for himself. Shuts down yet another as Kings extend the lead out once again. And on rotation, as they have set this one up perfectly. 1 player making his way to the top side. That's going to be Says. He has got to be dealt with if Nexus want to have any semblance of control heading into this 4th hard point.
Yeah, this is historically one of the deadliest set of rotations here in Call of Duty Mobile. Again, P3 to P4 can really put a team just completely out of the game. And when the mid-map coverage is being provided to you for free, what can you do? Kings, not only do they get some time away on P3, but now they're in control of P4. Grizz just waiting for anybody to even have an iota of an idea that they can challenge. Kree's just sitting in the corner. Grizz, how's he seeing him as well? That nade might well go through. It's going to force Grizz out of position, but Grizz more than happy to take the gunfight, and well, Inferno will finish things off. And this hill is just so damn predictable for these spawns. 1 player does get behind enemy lines. That's Faints, who immediately falls. Nexus might well momentarily escape this spawn trap, but every single time that they do, a Kings player is in wait, ready to take them down. This has been a stellar hold for Kings.
Majority of the time, you won't see pro players using the OWC TAC laser attachment, because obviously it gives away information. But Grizz, not really worried about that, because it doesn't matter whether or not they know he's there. He's still going to win the gunfight with that R9 in hand. He's going to be able to clear things off. And what looked like it might turn into a close game has been blown wide open, as that is a full 60 locked in for Kings right there. And Raid continues to glide across the map, clearing out any Nexus player in sight. Nobody on the hard point, but Grizz not able to regen, so the reinforcements don't stand for very long, but still Marvel locking down the top side should keep things clear for the time being.
And Nexus need to find a way back into this game right about now. We already talked a little bit about how Kings are one of the stronger hardpoint teams we have here in European Call of Duty Mobile. And they're proving it right now with a 100-point advantage over their opposition. Nexus needs some time. If they can find it on P1, that will be all well and good. And they are finding some. Zaze is now going for the Chow, though, and alongside Raid will combine for, I think, 5 kills there, which is utterly insane. But now split spawn starting to come through from Nexus. That might well benefit them if Kings aren't able to read it, because it could be a real shock to the system. Unfortunately for Nexus, well, Kings, they're a very experienced roster, aren't they? They read it exactly where Nexus are going to be, and not much changes as we go into P2. Last time around, Kings got basically a full 60 off this hill, but this time, Nexus touched first.
Right now, they're going to look to set up the pinch that saves with an AR. He gets shut down. Equalizer is going to come out. I believe on both sides is called in. HBC going to be able to find a couple, and none go through for Grizz, so this could be the opening Nexus are looking for to start closing this gap. They got to make sure they keep those backside spawns locked down. Right now, the man doing it is going to be Kree. Inferno, the only one in the area, and he's content to just sit back and do tick damage to try to create an opening for those SMGs to enter the point. He's able to do exactly that. Picks up a nice 2-piece right there, and just like that, Kings are back on the point.
And this is deadly. You need to get Kings out of this position right about now. You have to take this time away, and it's a horrible situation to be in, because with 20 seconds left, ideally you want to focus on that rotation, right? As they did before, where that's probably the biggest chunk of time Nexus have got so far in this game. They have no choice but to still throw lives, still throw bodies, and effectively feed Kings in this scenario for the 20 seconds of scrap time. And all of that is a futile effort here, as Kings get all of the remaining time. Investment coming out from Claw, not the best one from Inferno, but at this point, mistakes like that, they're fine. Kings, 120 points to the good here. They are currently not in control of the next hill, but Bobby, I've got a feeling it won't be long until they are.
Yeah, HBC calls in the pred. He doesn't get a single kill off of that. Grizz continues to fly at the point. It's big investment right here. Feints and Kree need to find max value out of those explosives. They're able to find a couple things, but how long can they actually hope to zone things off the way Kings are playing right now? A couple more big time kills go through, and with Inferno getting shut down, they should be able to hold, assuming they can clear out Raid. But with the way he's been slaying, there's no telling. Does get taken out. This has been a solid feed for Nexus, as they have been pretty much completely in control for the entirety of P3. The question is, can they continue to hold it without operators in play?
Yeah, a lot to ask for here for Nexus. 17 seconds. You ideally want all of this time, and of course you do need to get that rotation over towards New. And to be fair, Kings here spawning all the way out in Narnia comparatively to where P4 is. They are having a fight through Old. Raid finds the first, Marvel going to find the second, and now finally a little bit of breathing room. Worth saying that one player has just spawned out from Nexus, so that makes this initial hold just a little bit weaker than it otherwise would be. But actually Kree, from that oppositioning, could actually disrupt things for Kings, unless of course it's read perfectly by Marvel, in which it is. The Annihilator play finds the double, and now Kings are well on their way. Chris didn't actually spot the player sitting up top there in the corner, so Legacy's going to be able to come out with a nasty surprise. And off the back of that, Nexus here still fighting for this hill.
Grizz hops back on in the point. This is where he is most feared. Just so many tight angles, so difficult to read. Feints 1 HP, absolutely obliterated, and here comes the equalizer once again. Sits back, uses it to his advantage once again. Crazy duration on this thing, so he can sit here for a solid 20 seconds without feeling any need to move. He's not going to be able to find any value out of it. That's Denisio picking up a big frag, but as it happens, 3 straight kills go through for Kings. Nexus doing their best to fight back right here. They've put through some solid pushes. They're going to be able to take down Grizz, but still a 100-point gap to close.
And Kings just 20 points shy of victory here, Bobby. This doesn't feel realistic, does it? Would be sensational, but Nexus gotta just dig deep and find something. You've got a couple of operators on side here as we move back towards P1 for the third and final set of rotations. They have to be used to great effect, though. Denisio is already going to pull out the Annihilator. What's he going to be able to find with HBC? Going to momentarily clear the hill, but Grizz is just chilling inside. He's picking up time. There's already 10 seconds now contributed to the 20 that they needed, and here comes the R9 shot. He's going to connect it, but not good enough for the frag. He's a little bit too far away. Legacy inside the hill will find one kill. Back and forth we go. Kings looking for the last 10.
And Nexus keep going 30 for 30. At this point, you can't even give up 8. You have got to be perfect the rest of the way through. They crash the point right here. They're able to find the scraps, but right now it looks like Kings are making sure that they keep those spawns toward P2. Raid around the outskirts is going to get shut down. Great hold out of Nexus so far. The Pred comes down, but unfortunately the clear out from the top side, an opportunity for them to win it on this hard point, and they will do just that as Inferno finds the final kill and Kings take the map.
And it just looked so obvious early on, didn't it, how that one was going to go down. From the end of the first set of rotations, a 100-point deficit that, well, I think it was just a big ask, wasn't it, to ask for Nexus to come back into that game. And granted, they tried. I think it looked a little bit better on the second set comparatively to the first. But I think the best way to describe the way that that game went is to compare the most important hard point on that map, P4, right? I mean, that is the money kill, at least for me. Maybe disagree, but I feel like P4, you can very easily, just given the way the spawns work, get a full 60 on that hill. Kings did exactly that on the first set of rotations, and it gave them this massive advantage over Nexus. And when Nexus came to be the first team to touch in the second set of rotations, it was nowhere near as convincing. Kings just played it so much more scrappily. They took so much more time away from them, and Nexus didn't even really get that good of a look at it. So, I mean, to be honest with you, this isn't really a critique of Nexus. It's more of just kind of us saying Kings are just those guys.
Yeah, they really are. And I think when you have somebody like Grizz on the inside of the hard point, wasn't necessarily putting up the best numbers on the team, but look at the amount of hard point time that he was picking up. 180 seconds with still some time to go. Crazy, crazy numbers out of him. And when he's able to tuck away into those corners and basically single-handedly zone off those doorways, there's only so much you can do on the opposition. There you see it, 3 minutes and 8 seconds inside the hard point. Jesus. Nexus did not have a response.
Mate, I don't think I remember the last time I saw 3 minutes from a single player. No, generally speaking, the top teams, they like to kind of distribute the time between them. It's kind of difficult sometimes to see like an OBJ player per se, but I tell you what, if you do want an OBJ player, Grizz, you want him instead because he's got the R9. Great play coming out from map number 1. And to be honest, again, you know, we want to do our jobs as analysts and as casters sometimes to say this is the way into a series, this is the way into a game for a roster like Nexus. I don't think we were ever going to see Hardpoint beat that in. It was always going to be the search and destroy of the control, and that is up next. I believe the next map is Tunisia, I want to say, unless my memory fails me, which to be fair, it very often does.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Guess we'll find
Sound
out.
right? Yeah, look at that. I'm right every so often it happens. Tunisia, again, this was not one of the maps that we saw Nexus take away, but it is important to note that Nexus, they've won 2 maps here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and both of them have been search and destroy. So this is a big one. They got to win it.
We saw Denisio going crazy with the Locust yesterday, so we'll see what he can bring to the table right here. He's going to look to get aggressive in the top side. Had an angle, but a hit marker right there. Hit flinch going to prevent him from following up. A little pre-fire from Says will find first blood for Kings. HBC fires back, but instantly traded. Who else? Marvel, the sniper king of all of Europe. Kree trying to get a little cheeky in the top side, but there's a nade that says not today. He's going to be forced back. They do have the bomb in hand, but very, very trapped right now as there's not any easy points of exit, and there's 2 players waiting for them over on the B side. They're going to have to get decisive here and make an aggressive push toward one of these.
And honestly, at this point, to be honest, I'm kind of expecting some kind of individual effort from Nexus. A team hit is unrealistic, not when you're in a 3 versus 4. And Legacy might well be that guy. If he can find some good timing in the middle of the map, could be all right, but no, gets cut down by Raid. Ideally, he was looking for something against Grizz, but does not find it, and now it becomes worse, doesn't it, for Kree and Feints, who I think Kree under fire here through the wall. Marvel certain who tried for it pre-fire. It's a really good guess as to where Feints is located. The best you can hope for now is some kind of hop down from Kree up top. Feints, I think, might have actually been tagged there. He's actually going to find the first kill, and somehow a second. Hold on for a second here. Late flank coming through from Inferno, though, and completely blows the play wide open. Feints made it look realistic for a moment, but Inferno made sure that moment is cut short.
And that was the beauty of that setup for Kings. As soon as you get information that somebody's trying to make entry, you have somebody on the opposite side to start setting up the flank play. He reads it perfectly, and they close out the round. Bomb in the hands of HBC. They're getting aggressive toward the B side, and Inferno says, not today. Now you start to send out the utility, but trying to make that your point of entry with no utility to assist is such a difficult job. Denisio going to be able to trade 1 right there, and shots not landing for Inferno, so they stay alive on the B site for the time being. Looks like bomb should be retrieved right there. But once again, Kings get the information, make the rat back toward B, and 1 player going to look to get pesky in mid. That's going to be Grizz.
And you're already kind of fighting an uphill battlefield by trying to entry on towards B while facing down one of the best sniping duos here in European Call of Duty Mobile. But actually, both of those snipers are going to go down. And Denisio here, he proved himself, I think it was yesterday, right? On Slum Search and Destroy. Well, now he's doing it again. 4 kills so far, 2 here in this round. Nexus now going to get the bomb down, and Grizz now needs to pull off the 1 versus 3. This guy is an absolute wizard with the Fennec.
He saw Kree leak through, but I don't think he realizes how far. Should have an angle onto Legacy for the easy kill. Doesn't take the shot. I don't know if that's intentional. This might be perfect. This might be absolutely perfect. He knew exactly where he was, and now checks the low ground right here to see if he can find an angle. He does indeed. An opportunity at the 1v3. Kree trying to avoid disaster. 14 seconds right here. Grizz looking to push up, but not a whole lot of time to work with. Doesn't hit the final shot and comes up just short.
But it's not over yet.
I love it still. The 1 versus 3, the triggers this play is something we don't often see.
Wild.
We were thinking for a second, like, did he see him? Just not see him? Because like we are so used to players just seeing about you're dead. But no, perfect play coming out for the 1v3 effort, but it is not to be. Kree wins a crucial 1 versus 1 to prevent disaster. And now Nexus have to go at it again. Look at this aggression coming out from Grizz. You can tell he's feeling himself after that 1 versus 3. Or lack thereof, I should say.
Made the switch from the R9 to the Fennec and obviously did not slow him down 1 bit. Legacy, here's somebody on the top side trying to clear things out, but Says makes the read, and once again, Kings have found the man advantage and extended it. Cree flash doesn't connect right there, and 2 players trapped top winery, and Denisio completely isolated across mid. Cree's going to be able to catch one out, though. That's Say's dropping. Grizz taking down Denisio now means these 2 remaining players have got to find a workout right here. Players in all directions. Timing does go their way as they don't peak that initial entry point. If they can get an audio cue right here, might be able to find the opening pick, and there's Cree taking down Grizz just like that. It's a 2v3.
And they're going back towards A as well. Oh, Inferno shutting Cree down. I think that might through the wall. Inferno switching back over towards the other side for the second kill. And it is almost exactly like what happened back in round number 1, right? Where Inferno's the player to shut things down. Granted, it wasn't a flank this time around, but nonetheless, it was still snipes for Inferno that closes things out for Kings. And Nexus, try as they might to get themselves on towards A, it is not working. B is the only site so far that has gone in their favor, which is really funny considering they managed to get past Marvel and Inferno, which is very difficult to do in that effort. But now through the middle of the map come Nexus, a different look, hoping to catch players off guard. And yeah, I don't think Grizz, despite the pre-aim, was actually expecting 2 players to be sat in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think he was looking to bait them from that top mid area, and he thought that they were going to be looking at it. But once again, perfectly read. HBC takes down Raid as well. And I think Saze should have had eyes on at least one, and they just funnel right into Inferno. Not going to be able to land the initial, and there's Cree sliding out the opposite side to create the opening. Only 2 players now for Kings. HBC with the bomb in hand. Should be able to get the plant down here, but he doesn't need to. Denisio handles business on the backside, and Nexus have tied things up.
And Nexus are astoundingly good at getting themselves onto B, considering how much teams have struggled against Kings on this map before. Yeah, incredibly well done from Nexus to do it twice now. And it is important to say that, I mean, here on Tunisia, these offensive rounds are like gold dust. So they've done a really good job at taking 2 away from Kings. Now Kings here on the defense. It's a 3 versus 4. Grizz and Say's going to combine for 3. HBC, the only one with anybody to say on the other side. Nexus now forced back away, and we've seen this before, haven't we, Bobby? Nexus now back towards the backside of A, no way in, and it gets worse as well because this time the bomb is slap bang in the middle of the site. Denisio, the 1 versus 3 for him. He's a stellar sniper player, but these players are going to rush you straight away, and yeah, they should overwhelm him pretty easily.
Yep. Perfect collapse right there. You don't want to take any unnecessary risks, and they take back the lead right here, 3-2. Surprisingly slow start for Marvel. Typically the player that we keep an eye on is the leader for them, especially in the search and destroy, but they hold the lead, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. Denisio catches Grizz off guard, and once again, extremely zealous in that position, not having any utility going your direction. Denisio, very rare miss right there. He does have 7 kills on the board, but 3v5 advantage would have made them feel a lot more comfortable. Raid got to get dealt with on the bottom side. They do not hit him with a single bullet. I think his teammate took a little bit of damage over in the top side, but they ward off the push, and for the time being, Kings will feel comfortable as 2 picks found. Just like that, they're back up a man.
And this is much more what I was expecting when Nexus first pushed over towards B. HBC, though, going to try things out now. What? HBC has just eviscerated Inferno and Raid. And all of a sudden, what was an advantageous position for Kings is all of a sudden gone down the drain. Says on the flank, though, might be able to put it back in their favor. He's very weak for this second gunfight. Needs to try and escape if he can. And Faint's hot on the heels. Does take him down. Says for the drop shot to try and take the player out. It is not to be. And Nexus, officially, as we switch sides every single time they have hit B, it went well. I honestly believe, Bobby, perhaps crazily so, if they hit B every single time, they'd be 6-0 up.
No, they hit it one time and it didn't work. It was close.
Did they?
I'm 99% sure. They got picked apart on the entry because they didn't throw any utility. HBC is going to be there to defend over on A, and he's able to shut down too early. So this one's starting to look a little dicey for Kings. And just like that, Inferno's going to be able to find one. Not enough information gained, but Denisio is there to pick up yet another, and he, once again, is playing a big-time role for this squad, but Says picks up kill number 10. Now all down to Inferno in the 1v2.
And to be honest, if you do want anybody here, it's probably going to be one of the sniper rifle players for Kings in this 1 versus 2. Inferno. Again, one of the best players here on Kings, arguably the best player on Kings. And he's just sitting patiently at the moment. Waiting for somebody from Nexus to peek out. I don't think they're going to give him that luxury, to be honest. He needs to check every single corner as he comes down, gets tagged. I think that was actually Kree that takes a sniper shot onto him, and Inferno made weak off the back of it. But now Inferno has a technical advantage here in that Nexus do kind of have to challenge. They don't know that he doesn't have the bomb.
Nade connects right there, but they don't get aggressive off of it, at least not yet, but should have an idea where he's going to be, and timing does not go his way. They're completely locking down this bomb site now, and he's got to hit a god shot with the Deagle. They continue to just play with their food. Kree picks up the snipe right there, and now Nexus take the lead in the series. 4-3 against the King squad that has looked very strong in search and destroy. And once again, begging the question, what changes need to be made? I think one thing you definitely got to look at, Marvel has got to find a way to get more involved.
To be honest, I'm not really sure that he does, to be fair, because Inferno's still doing a lot of damage. If Marvel is in the play, though, it will certainly benefit the squad and give them quite a well-needed boost. I'm curious as to what his positioning looks like here in this round. I think it's relatively passive as King look to try and make their way through the middle of the map. It's slow, it's steady. Legacy going to be the first player to discover what's up here. King's going to win that first gunfight, and now this will make things easier for Kings. They've got a lot more options, but Inferno gets naded out by Denicio. Now that kind of goes away.
The nades have been really, really useful for Nexus. A couple really well-timed kills to take back life advantage, to find first blood, whatever it is. Now it's Kings making their way over to B to see what they can do with it. One player to be dealt with. That's going to be Kree up in the top side. And maybe some nice timing for Grizz as Kree's wrapping back to the back side of the site as he slips through. That's going to be Raid opening things up. And with that, the plant should be initiated right here as Says makes his way on over to the bomb site. Goes down right here. What did Nexus have on the retake?
Fat low or nothing right at the moment. It's certainly got the number, not got the numbers, excuse me. Denicio, though, has been spectacular with his sniper rifle. If anybody's going to whip players' heads off in this 3 versus 4, it's going to be him. Nade going out. That's going to tag down one, and Raid's forced out of position. HBC going to welcome him with, well, not so welcoming arms there. Now 3 versus 3. Time not really on their side, though. 20 seconds. Grizz up top is just waiting for them to come through, and Marvel finally going to get involved here. Grizz finds a second as well. Great positioning from Kings there on the hold of the site. And yeah, they just exploit was only one player from Nexus on that B site. As soon as they get that one player, it's all their property.
Yeah. And great play out of Nexus to try to bait somebody out of that corner, but just too many established positions for Kings to keep things locked down right there. This time, they are full sending it on over to B. 2 players here to defend for Nexus. Grizz has already gotten through. Dicey positioning, but Kree hits the well-timed snipe, and Legacy's going to be able to take down one. It looks like the site has been secured for the most part, but it cost you a couple of lives to do it. They're going to look to get the plant down instantly. Nobody going to make the peek off of that mid fake. And now they collapse from the top side. What can Kings do about it? They need a snipe to connect right here, but Inferno can't find the initial cross. Not going to be able to find the second either, and HBC takes him down.
And they still haven't got the bomb down as well. This is disastrous, and Marvel, I mean, he's going to be the only one to pick up a kill. You talked about him, right? He needs to get involved here. Only prior to the last round, he had 1 frag to talk of. He was on the breadstick. He's exited the bakery now, though. 3 kills to his name. Now needs the 1v3. It would have been a 1v4. Now down to a 1 versus 2. I think the primary problem in this 1 versus 2, though, for Marvel is the fact that he has to go back for that bomb unless he wants to do this via elimination. And Feints pushed all the way up. He's keeping an eagle eye on where Marvel could possibly be coming from. And Marvel has just got so many different angles to peek. He checks it, though, and down goes Feints. And all of a sudden, a 1 versus 4 becomes a 1 versus 1. Marvel versus Denicio, and Marvel pulls off the 1 versus 4. A sniper versus sniper battle. And this time, Marvel has the better say.
Remember that one time I said Marvel should get more involved? What a play out of him. 6 kills on the board. He goes big to take back the advantage for Kings in what looked to be an impossible situation. And once again, a very different look right here as they get aggressive toward that mid side. Nobody here to counter for Nexus. Still 2 players over on that B side. in one, jiggle peeking that top side angle. Timing has got to be perfect. 2 SMGs in the surrounding area, and they're going to be able to at least zone that off to allow Raid to get pushed up right there. Finds the opening shots onto Legacy. And once again, they can dictate the pace of the game however they want to from this position.
Nicely done from Inferno. That is a big play to take out of the round as well. Denicio provides so much value on the defense for Nexus, and Kings will know that. But Kree, the other sniper in the situation, going to take down an overzealous Raid. So 4v4 we go. Kings haven't made much in the way of progress towards the A site. They're looking for a push through the middle of the map, perhaps towards B. Now with that kill from Marvel, though, I think definitely this should be an A push from them. Just 2 players remaining now for Kings, or for Nexus, excuse me, for Kings. They've just got so much to do. Inferno does actually get taken down, though. He got a good look at Legacy there.
Seemed like he had the timing, maybe missing the shoot button or something else, but it will go the way of Nexus, and still with a man advantage and the bomb in hand, Kings should have the positioning and the area to be able to get the plant down. Nobody within audio cue range. And with this, obviously Nexus are going to need to initiate. Grizz back and forth, and you don't stand much of a chance in that one, especially if you're not going to slide peek it all down to feints. And he's just sitting in a corner hoping that somebody over-aggresses right here. 27 seconds remain. He's got to be the guy that makes the first move. Nice little hop-up spot for Marvel, and you would have to imagine off this initial peek should have the opportunity to pick up this kill, and there's Says from the high ground doing the rest of the damage.
Man, Kings are just looking so confident now off the last, was it 3 rounds on the bounce, I want to say, coming out from Kings? Nexus have not been able to put a stop to the momentum. And these early picks from Kings are so devastating. Taking Denicio early on in that round, not all that helpful with the defense whatsoever. This time, Nexus getting aggressive. Look at those 3 players starting to push all the way through on A, Bobby.
Should absolutely catch him off guard. Obviously, Denicio can relay the information. 3 players have made their way on through. The question is, does Grizz make the right play right here? They only find 1 kill out of it. Both teams very split right now, but it looks like they're going to unify over on B, and nobody immediately to contest right here for Nexus. So it's going to be all about the response. 4v4 right here, spread across the map. First point of contact should be Kree. Will he be able to find the angle to open things up right here?
Kree's down. Big kill coming out from Raid, and now that is going to kind of really make things difficult, isn't it? But Legacy's going to take down Marvel. Big player here. Sniper no longer overwatching the bomb site, but Say's now in a position where he could try and take 2 players down all at the same time. Time is not on their side as well. There goes Feints, there goes HBC, and there goes Legacy as well. And there goes the chance for Nexus in this series. We talked about it. They really wanted that search and destroy. And off the start, they look like they might well do it. But, man, when Kings kick it up a notch, they really do. And it was just shown up there. I think it was 4 or 5 rounds in a row towards the back half of that search and destroy, where really it just felt like kind of Nexus lost their foot.
Yeah, and obviously, normally we think of this as a defensive-sided map, but both teams looking stronger on the offensive side. Obviously, for Kings, you got to attribute a lot of that to Marvel's success in a few of those rounds, 1v3, 1v4, whatever it was, and then a couple big-time snipes in the round following as well. And there is that 1v3 that we caught on camera, or at least the start of it, but obviously, Grizz just keeping them guessing in the mid-map, aggressive toward both sides, able to have a big impact right there. 10 kills for him. Solid performances all around. You got to give credit to Say's 2 KD in that one as well. And Nexus come up short, and you got to think that more than likely dashes any realistic hopes they have in the series.
Yeah, for sure. Again, like I think it was already a very thin hope, right? That we needed to see a Neslo coming out from them. They needed to win both the search and destroys and the control. And now you've lost one of those search and destroys, so your only hope is a reverse sweep, and winning that hard point I think is going to be extremely difficult. But what a game coming out from Kings there towards the end. Marvel definitely stepped things up, and that 1 versus 4 is probably one of the better plays we've had this season thus far. What a wonderful play to get to catch on camera. Next up is the control. And it is, you know, I think we should say that control is probably the weakest mode for Kings. I think it was a 6-4 record they finished Season 3 with. So they could still take it here. They could still force a hard point. If they're going to start a reverse sweep, it needs to be here. And I would actually go as far to say I think we don't want to see a scrappy control. It needs to be a statement victory coming out from Nexus here on Raid if they want to get reverse sweep started.
Yeah, you would definitely love for it to be decisive. And they have put a lot of work into improving their control as well. So anticipating that they will come out hot. Kree's going to be able to find one, but Grizz, nade over top, connects. Raid does the rest of the damage onto Kree. Just like that, Kings have found the advantage and the positioning on the objective right here. Denicio got to be the man to cut things off. He's going to be able to find that opening kill, but traded out by Raid right there. He's going to continue to try to lurk forward, and he is hopping that objective as well. One player in mid, but not looking to get involved.
And Kings are splitting their attacks here by quite a large margin. There's 3 players over towards the A side, or 2 players over towards the A side, excuse me, and 3 over towards B. Feints and Legacy are going to get rid of those 3 players on B, but this is the advantage, right, for Kings of sending players over towards A, is you can get yourselves out of position pretty quickly. You can make Nexus feel uncomfortable pretty quickly, and that's the object of Says here. All the way towards that laundry side. Grizz now starting to make progress alongside Inferno on A, and Nexus, quite frankly, they are not positionally prepared for this at all. They've got nobody inside bedroom. All 3 players, look at them on the minimap. They are stuck in the middle of the map. And yeah, they're prepared for kills, but they are giving progression away on A.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give this much up for free. Inferno's going to pick up 2 right there. Says can't quite cut off that kill across mid, but Grizz locking things down. And he has just been playing on a different level today. HBC from the high ground, going to be able to cut him down. Once again, the lives looking good for Nexus, but it doesn't mean a thing if you give those objectives up for free. Raid lurks forward a little bit more. B gets locked in right here. Now you only have 1 tick of progress you can give up, and as Marvel picks up 2, the lives have been all but equalized right here as Kings continue to move forward, and if they can establish position here in Kitchen, it is going to be very difficult for Nexus to defend on this objective.
Here they go. Says already falling to HBC. Grizz now looking for the double, finds the first of those 2 kills. The second went away to his left. HBC very weak for this fight, but still going to win it with the L-car. Nicely done from HBC. Trades galore. And Kings will not be satisfied with the outcome just yet, but it should be noted how tentative this round actually is. They only need 1 tick of progression, and the round is donezo. Nobody from Nexus pushed up towards the pool, and Kings are on the way.
Marvel single-handedly takes kitchen control right there, and all of a sudden the kills come flooding through. Nexus trying to force their way on, but they've got no map control, no lines of sight, and Kings capitalize on that early split push. They lock in both objectives, and they take the opening round. Nexus in need of bounce back right here on the offensive side. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, and it should be said as well, Kings, I mean, they're one of the only squads here in Europe that could probably get away with it just because of the raw slaying power that they've got on side. Most squads just go for a straight 5-stack right off the rip. Kings, none of that business. They want to go for a split, and it worked out perfectly. Now here on the defense, Kings, what does it look like for them? Kree looking from early snipes across the ring towards laundry side, and none of that is working. Not a single frag goes to Nexus, and Bobby, I know exactly what you're scared about.
All right, they're able to take down Grizz. He's honestly so aggressive that was the only thing that prevented the spawn trap from happening, because there was a claw set up and ready to go, but there's Says picking up a 2-piece across mid. And once again, Kings look to get aggressive here on defense. They want to end this as quickly as possible. Nobody advancing forward to that spawn trap position, but it's not really making much of a difference right here. They already set up 8 lives. I don't know how Marvel could even see Legacy on that shot. He should have an angle onto Denicio. Claw, make it Annihilator in hand right here. Picks up a couple more. And once again, 24 seconds remain. Nexus still in this, but no progress on either of the objectives. Marvel's going to call in the Pred right here. That gives them the information, but what a shot out of Kree.
Oh, Nexus still in this one. Despite the fact that their lives are not in their favor, they could still win it. Based off the pushes towards these point, a little bit convincing here, but a 9 versus 19, they are still going to be up against it. Need some heroics coming out from Feints and HBC realistically over by A, and of course gunfights to be won over by B as well. Inferno, well, takes both of those former 2 players out of the play almost immediately, and only hopes of getting A dashed. Nexus now have to fall back on that secondary plan of capturing B. They're going to go for a 3-stack, perhaps a 4-stack as well, but I think as HBC goes down, Feints will now be preoccupied with potential flank coming through from Art, but Denicio going to pick up 1 frag. This is okay here for Nexus, just 1 more player to contend with, but that 1 player is Inferno. picks up 1 kill, not able to prevent the B capture. But does it really matter at this point, Bobby? Nexus are now in a 5 versus 15, make it a 4 versus 15, make it a 3 versus 15. Players are falling all over the option.
And they just can't afford to go 1-for-1. You got to get so many sprees, and it's just not doable with the positions that these Kings players have. Grizz going to be able to spot out one. That gives them information. He hunts down feints, and now all down to Cree. I will give him credit. He's hit some crazy snipes so far in this one, but Inferno's going to put him out of his misery. And unfortunately for Nexus, most of the operators charged up and ready to go for Kings. I think it's a similar scenario for them, but given the differential in the way the gunfights have gone so far, this should be an opportunity for Kings to get off to a hot start again.
I would like to see some operator utilization right off the rip here from Nexus, and that's exactly what we're going to get. The War Machine coming out from Cree. Sniper efforts in the middle of the map go awry from Marvel. So now we are really seeing Grizz with the equalizers. And goodness me, these things are deadly, but they're even deadlier in the hands of Grizz, who finds 4. Kings are on a tear, and Grizz just switches straight to the Predator missile side. It is time to pound, and Kings are not letting up the pressure. Bobby, they have lost 2 lives off the start of this round. Nexus already down to 18.
Exactly what we expected, that aggressive operator usage, and it has been completely the opposite for Nexus, as they have allowed themselves to get into a spawn trap with their lack of investment. And once again, we're seeing that position where, yeah, you can call in your operators, but if you're gonna lose it instantaneously, it's not gonna do you a whole lot of good. Only A needs to be captured now for Kings, and they are doing it quickly. 2 ticks of progress through already. Legacy finally able to take down 1, but Nexus have to throw everything they can, and all the operators are shut down one by one. Marvel Annihilator out. And man, did they speedrun that final round.
Oh, goodness me. What was that? I think that's illegal, isn't it? That's illegal in some countries. I'm certain in most countries that should be illegal. That's not nice. Wow. Just wow. I think like the way we expected that series to go is almost exactly how it went. We've got to give Nexus some credit for being competitive in the hard point. It was a closer affair than maybe even Kings would have expected. But as we got into it, as we got further into the series, Kings started to run away with things when we got to the search and destroy, and then that control. Man, I was saying that Kings on control, at least last season, it was something that teams could take away from them. This season, after what has been 2 days straight of Kings just running through teams on control, I think it seems they've worked on it.
Yeah, no question about it. I think it very quickly became one of their best modes following the group stages of last challenge season, because they recognized what a big issue it was. And those changes have obviously paid off. So especially on Raid, that was actually one of the maps that they lost most last season. And those issues have most certainly been rectified.
That was, it was a little fast. But, you know, Kings, we knew were going to be just an indomitable force that was going to have to be dealt with by Nexus. Like you said, though, they put up a decent fight in the hard point. I mean, they even were round for a while in the beginning of that S&D. So they've definitely learned something from their previous matches throughout the season so far.
I think had Marvel not 1v4'd, we've got a very competitive search and destroy. Well, we did anyway, right? But realistically, Marvel 1v4'ing kind of just turned that search and destroy around its head. As soon as that happened, the game was kind of done for Nexus, I feel. You know, had they not been 1v4'd, then all of a sudden you've got a very different outlook to the rest of the search and destroy. But as it goes, they did. Incredible from Marvel, all the same. But yeah, that's a big turning point, that search and destroy out of the series.
Yeah, which also, you know, will keep Kings as one of our 2 teams that sit at the top of the leaderboard, currently undefeated. That other team that is at the top and undefeated is Exclusive, who's 3-0 because they haven't played their match today yet. They will be the next match right around the corner. They'll be facing off against Big Brody.
Yeah, the thing is about Exclusive is right now they're the only flawless team here in Season 4. So not only are they 3-0, but they're actually 9-0 in maps. They haven't lost a single one across the game. The asterisk on that is that they haven't played one of our top 3 teams, right? They haven't played even, I think, any of our top teams whatsoever. So they've had a pretty easy run of things so far, and that should continue versus Big. I will say, though, the big thing for Big here, they made that roster change yesterday. They brought Rondo onto the starting lineup, and if that continues, I think they will start to look a little bit better here, and we'll have actually a chance versus Exclusive.
All right, I like it. We'll have to see if Exclusive, like you said, is able to not only remain undefeated on the leaderboard, but remain flawless when it comes to their performance in general, because that's a pretty nice stat to have when you're at the 50% mark for the season here so far, as well as the fact that you mentioned it, they haven't gone up against the other big teams at the top with them. That's coming next week. If you guys are just joining us here and you don't know, next week is going to be a banger. Some of our top teams will face off, and you don't want to miss those matches, because even if we know they're going to be in one of those top 4 spots, making their way through to challenge finals, the seeding matters, the money matters. So there's still stuff on the line for these teams outside of just qualifying through to the next stage of the competition. It's all about then making that next stage a little bit easier on yourself if there's any way for you to be able to do that. So a lot will go down next week as well. But for now, before we even get to that point, we have to finish out today, finish out the last match on the day between Exclusive and Big. But of course, before we do that, we still have one more break on the day, because we have to give our teams time to get themselves set up, ready to go, get our casters a little bit of a breather, some water in there before we finish out the day. So at home, do the same. Get yourself some snacks, settle in, get our monster ready to watch the last match of week 2 of the challenge season. And when we return, it will be Exclusive versus Big facing off.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, 'cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally,
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's time for us to close out day number 2 of week 2 here in the challenge season for Call of Duty Mobile EU. And the last matchup of the day is going to be between Exclusive and Big. We've seen some dominant performances across the board here so far. We're going to close out with another one.
Yeah. Look, I have been a pretty positive person throughout the entirety of this broadcast.
Except against Ricey.
Except against Ricey, just for Bobby. But I've been broken down. I'm a broken man at this point, guys. Exclusive are flawless. They're going to remain flawless by the end of today. That's my call.
It's an impressive stat to hold on to be fair. I mean, we talked about Kings and just how scary and intimidating Kings are, but on the flip side of that, maybe we're not giving enough love to Exclusive. Like you said, the fact they haven't dropped a single map the entire time so far, that bodes really well for them, Ton.
I think you have to look at the opposition they have went up against, though. Look, it's all very well not dropping maps, but I am reserving judgment on all 3 top teams until we get to see them all play each other.
Fair.
So I want to see Omnicient against Exclusive. I want to see Exclusive against Kings, and I want to, yeah, this is kind of where we're at. So once we get those games out of the way, we'll kind of have a better lay of the land. But realistically, though, it's still impressive what Exclusive are doing. Very, very impressive. To not drop anything whatsoever so far is incredible.
They have had what we in the business call a Mickey Mouse schedule. So this is the end of that Mickey Mouse schedule, and after that is where the real test is going to come. I think that Big can give them a test on control if they get standoff.
Okay.
That's what I will say. Exclusive have had a very broad control map pool, so we're not really sure what their go-to map is because they played every map so far, but of the 2 controls that Big have won, both of those were on standoff, and one of them was on Mont, who looked very, very solid earlier today. So if they can somehow sneak that into the map pool, I think they can take a map. It's tough for me to imagine a scenario where they take anything outside of that, though.
Okay, all right, I like it. I mean, we'll continue talking about Big a little bit here, focus in on their roster as well. What are some other potential strengths or opportunities that you see for Big here, Brody?
The big thing for me, we're going to make that pun a lot, is having Rondo and Slayer on the team at the same time, because that's what they did, I think it was yesterday versus Nexus, I want to say, right? And that was, at least in my opinion, a big thing that gave them a massive win yesterday. I think just, again, a huge boost to the slaying power. Slayer was already pretty good, but I think when they switched him out for Rondo, I think it was like 2 matches ago, I want to say, it didn't really change much, but having them both on the same team, I think, is a massive, massive boon of success, and I think it's what made them so successful yesterday versus Big, so versus Nexus, excuse me. So if they do that again here, that's probably the start that I want to see.
Okay, all right, I like it, and Bobby made a really good point on, and you mentioned it a couple times throughout the entire day so far. The fact that Exclusive has such a wide range of possibilities at their disposal makes them that much stronger a squad when it comes to like that map selection.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the map pool is deep as it is for Kings, I want to say as well. It's always helpful to have, some pocket picks, of course, but to be at least proficient on some of the maps that you're not too keen on, it's kind of where you want to be at here. I'm curious on the picks and bans, which I presume are coming in a second. In terms of if they are going to throw something different in there, like we have seen today from some teams, I feel like they must have been listening to my suggestions and sort of can we possibly get there, or maybe just ignoring them completely, which would probably be the wiser thing. However, still, I would like to see some different maps come out from these top teams as much as we possibly can see them. But realistically, I still don't think it matters in this scenario. We have had a day of 3-0s. I do believe it does continue as well. But Exclusive will want to continue that as well. They won't want to drop a map here.
It'll definitely bode well for them, though, as we keep talking about next week. It'll bode well for them going into matches with some of our other squads where if people don't know what to ban out against them, Bobby, that could be a benefit for Exclusive being able to flex everywhere. But we are starting to get some of these choices through Summit kicking off our hardpoint.
Yeah, obviously, Big did take the Summit hardpoint. It was against Nexus yesterday, so maybe not the toughest opponent. It's also a map that I would say Exclusive are fairly comfortable on as well. So it it's not a bad map pick, I would say, but definitely not a great one either. And then Takeoff is definitely another exclusive specialty, so that doesn't really set them up very well. Firing range in slums. I don't hate firing range for Big. I think they can potentially do some damage right there, but the one that I'm going to have my eyes out for, obviously, is going to be control, and they get standoff through, so maybe the potential for them to take him out.
Yeah, definitely. These are relatively good map pips. The only thing I would say that's kind of gone through that I would have wanted to see get rid of would be Takeoff. I'm not too sure who banned Apocalypse, but if it was Big, that probably wasn't the right choice, considering Takeoff is probably the strongest hardpoint map that Exclusive have. And I imagine the Arsenal ban did come from Exclusive because that is their worst statistically by far. Raid control being gone, that's a good thing. I think you're absolutely right, Bobby. Standoff being the map pick, I think is huge. It's probably the most successful thing in this pick ban system for Big whatsoever. It is worth saying, though, it's very difficult to ban against Exclusive because not only do they have a very deep map pool, every single map they have played this season so far has been different. They have not played a single map more than once. So what information is there to work with?
I mean, that's the ideal situation when it comes to Exclusive. We'll have to see what they're able to do now with all of the picks and bans, and we know how it's all unfolding. I'll send the two of you off for the final time today to the other side of the studio to get yourselves set up for match number 4. Brody, I won't ask for a prediction because I think I know where you sit. I actually want something a little bit more specific. I want a guesstimate on the score line for the S&D.
Oh, man.
Okay, fine. You could do hardpoint.
Well, hardpoint is easier because, like, Exclusive are probably the best hardpoint team we have here in Europe at the moment. Their differential is insane. It's like 150 points. It's 100 points higher than any other team in the competition at the moment. And granted, a little bit of that is to do with, you know, the teams that they face, but still, they're very good at hardpoint. So I'll say, like, I think this will probably be a competitive game, like 250 to, like, 130 or so.
Okay.
But I still think this is going to be dominant. I will answer your search and destroy. I'm going to go for like a 7-4. And I say that because Exclusive like to mess around a little bit, as we've seen where they look for the executions towards the end. They like to chuckle a few rounds. So
I mean, and we've even seen similar scorelines on games that we thought were going to be really big wipeouts anyways. We've seen similar scorelines like that coming out of our teams. We just saw it with Kings and Nexus. So it'll be interesting to see what we get out of our last 2 teams playing here for today. As far as we're concerned, it's time for me to send it on over to the boys to close today out.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And, well, I mean, for me, Bobby, is 250 to 130 a competitive scoreline? Because I don't think that's competitive. That's not great, right? If that's deemed competitive, I don't know what to tell you, Brody, man. I think he needs to raise his levels of expectations from certain teams. But, no, look, I'm kind of probably expecting around the similar sort of lines of a scoreline, but that's comfortable for one team, right? You expect that to come out for a team like Exclusive. But realistically speaking, we aren't expecting a whole lot from Big here, are we? Or are we? That's the question. It's going to be a difficult one for them, really, to get anything going here. But we are starting to see this team that we, come to expect. Slayer, Rondo in there. Could they cause an upset from a day that has been well void of them completely?
I would say as far as raw talent goes, there's probably more talent on Exclusive, or rather on Big, than there is in any of the other bottom 4 teams. So I would say from that perspective, they definitely have potential to make this somewhat close. They do get a solid feed off the start right there. Shark's going to be able to hop down, but instantly traded. So Exclusive have managed to clear the point. They hop on right here, right off the bat, at least giving us some type of competition as they lock in a few seconds of scrap to get things started. They're not going to be able to manage any top side control, and with Exclusive hopping down, looked like they should have the positioning to get things locked in, but Big are actually going to take the lead off the start of this one. And once again, going back to the strength of their SMGs, and obviously Slayer, not on an SMG, but a very aggressive AR. He's off to a hot start, and he has to continue that for them.
Yeah, and I think for Exclusive there specifically, they were kind of watching the entrance over towards the top side and completely give that up. And that's pretty much, I mean, they had the eye on where they were spawning there, Big, and choosing to give that up. And all of a sudden, you've lost complete control over this side of the map. And Exclusive have been pinned back just a little bit. They've been in a good position for P3, but we've still got 55 seconds or so of P2 to go. That one will be able to find 2 here, and the SMG up front, up close and personal, is going to be important. Spawning out now for Exclusive. They can change these spawns around. This is a really good start from Big. 30-point lead. Exclusive aren't going to gain some sort of control of P2, but spawns are very much there for Big.
Yeah, and that's about all you can ask for if you're Big. Not only that, hopping into the hard point, and a surprisingly slow slow start for this exclusive roster. It's worth noting we've seen just about everybody on this big roster have good performances at certain points or another. It's just been a question of getting everybody going at the same time, and this looks like it could be the recipe for success that they've been looking for, as Slayer is already on 12. Yes, they're giving up some scrap time right here, but they maintain that spawn control, and they got one player anchored all the way in the back of the map. May actually be Mirage having some connection issues, as we're not going to see him moving right here, and if they're going to maintain this lead, he's going to have to get going sometime soon, but for right now it seems like he's going to be kind of a natural anchor for the rest of the squad, and for the time being they're going to be able to capitalize.
I can see him moving on the map there now, so I'm not too sure if he was just really preempting something, but either way, working out for the team. Big with the first 10 seconds here. And you can see Exclusive not really rushing this setup. Big gunfight win here from Rondo. Zaka combining there as well. Slayer, though, getting things up and running there. All the Annihilator kills coming on through. Finding two. It's been a good hold so far from Big. And, well, I'll tell you what, Bobby, for the first opening 140, 130 seconds or so, maths is sometimes difficult, it's about 120. This has been impressive from Big so far. Good rotation and kills over towards P2 towards the end. It's been a decent hold, as Vat will find 3 there with the Purifier as well. And that's pretty much 35, 40 seconds uncontested at P3 because of the good work that they put in beforehand. 15 seconds to go here over towards P3. Exclusive going to have to walk away licking their wounds, and Big may just touch 100 points.
They are trying to see if they can spawn some of these exclusive players out, and with that kill, they will succeed in doing so for exactly one of those players. We do have operators ready to go for exclusive right here, so we'll see what they can do to ward off the push, but they're going to have to do it without one of those players. Actually, looks like he succeeded in losing a gunfight, and they win all of the opening gunfights. So this is the start that exclusive are looking for, as they're trying to get a full 60 to lock back the lead. Creed not going to find anybody off the start right there, but a very slow push out of Big. And that's going to allow the rest of the exclusive players to just keep those operators tucked away for as long as they want to. There's nobody for Big anywhere close to the point.
And I suppose you look at it in terms of the investment. Big put a lot into that previous hill, whereas exclusive of what they've sent one out in terms of what Creed had. Running up and doing well here with the Annihilator, but realistically speaking, you invested a lot more if you were Big on the previous hill. Exclusive get a lot out of that. 15 seconds remaining here, and a bit of a scrappy one to finish off P4, I should say. As we head back over towards the middle of the map now, Exclusive have closed that gap, which was about 60 or so. And Big are very much within their sights now. Now, for me, I think Exclusive over towards that first rotation didn't do too hot over towards P1 and 2, and that's because they lost rails control. So if they can keep a hold of that, they'll be in much better stead as we head into a second rotation. Not being invested here. Via now just going to actually pull out the equalizer for 1 kill there. Maybe a little bit of an issue to be doing that over towards P1.
Yep, Spy's going to be able to find 1 right there, but there's Slayer sneaking up behind to find another. Just like that, they're able to apply pressure on the point. Shark in the top side is going to hold things down, claw in hand. He's going to be able to take down Mirage with it as well. So they've zoned out completely on the top side, and this puts Big into a rough spot right here. Got to decide if you want to continue trying to break, or maybe work for that top side control to see if you can set yourself up toward a rotation to P2. Have not found much success here this second time around to P1.
I mean, how often have we seen so many times where, you know, the underdog, so to speak, will have a decent enough first rotation, keep it within touching distance, and then as we head into that second one, third one, that's when things start to get out of hand. Exclusive now taking the lead for pretty much the first time in the entire game outside of the first P1 hill that we did see. That's a wipe. It is going to be the spawns there for P3 for the side of Big, and they will want to try and keep a hold of them as best they can. P2 coming up, though. It's going to be hotly contested as it does pop. It's a 20-point lead for Exclusive.
Big kill on the top side for Caesar. That means the players down below have a little bit of room to push through. Shark going to be able to take down 1. Can't make it 2. And once again, Big have those green side spawns locked in. So they've got the setup that they're looking for toward P3. The question is, can they maintain it? Still 40 seconds for Exclusive to look to flip those spawns. They get pushed up right there. Big remains spawning in the backside, but now it's going to be split spawns for them. That's going to force one player to push deep through the back. That's going to be Slayer, who has been so big for them so far. 27 kills on the board. He gets taken down. Exclusive only have one more player to deal with if they want to flip the spawns. They do exactly that. They do it while taking the lead on the objective, and this very well may be the turning point.
Spy just does such a crucial job for the team to lock down those points as well. For all that the main objective for Exclusive in that final 10 to 15 seconds of that hill was to flip these spawns. Spy locks it down on his own. Exclusive starting to build a little bit of a lead now, and is that maybe the straw that breaks the camel's back of this game? Exclusive now trying to get things going. Slayer will be managed to pop the Annihilator here to try and get themselves inside the point. Slayer could do with going down if he Cesar does find that kill. Starting to fall the way of Big though. Potential break on the cut.
Creed sprays across the top side, able to pick up one, but it's going to be Big pushing through the front to see what kind of time they can get here and maybe pressure toward the backside. That's going to force some of the operators out. Zaka is going to be able to find at least one right there, but it's a response from Spy. And Exclusive make their way back on in. Cost them a couple of operators to do so, but they will remain in control of at least one of those. And Fear single-handedly locking down the point, earns himself a Pred missile, and if they're able to get pushed through right here, any kill that they can find will force those big players to spawn way in the back of the map.
Spy managed to slip the net here as we've headed over towards P4, and he's going to be looking for the spawns. Any kills that Spy get on the board would have been important. Can't finish off the kill into Rondo, and all of a sudden, Big can lock down these spawns over towards the backside. This will be a big amount of points if they can manage to hold this down. Creed and Co now pushing on the rail side, and it's going to be about these gunfights if they can potentially find them. This head glitch is just so difficult to deal with if you're on the defensive side. Van Slayer though and Mirage all there to find three. It's a bit of a scrappy one with the spawns towards the back there for Big, but also a split coming on out, and this is now the time for Exclusive, but Mirage towards the back with the claw. Big plays coming through from the Big side. It's very easy to fall into that trap, but still, look at the difference in scoreline. It's about a 50 or 40 point game, but somehow Big are still in control.
They really need a solid hold right here to get back into this one. They've closed the gap slightly. Spy has got to get dealt with on that bottom side, but Rondo locks in a few right here. He doesn't have an angle to work with, and Big hold the line for the time being. Purifier's going to get invested here as well. They want max time, and it looks like they're going to be able to find it as Caesar gets dealt with. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a hard point game. Nice P4 out of this Big squad, and now only a 12-point game as we head back to P1. Pred does fall from the sky. Not going to earn them any kills, but that should give them information, and Shark's going to get cleared off the point. It's now on to Caesar to try to do the rest.
Caesar locking down two as we do head into a third rotation of hills with merely a 6-point game. Exclusive starting to get some control over towards the P1 side, inside of the lab, but realistically, you want to try and get some top control. You want to try and get some rails control, which currently belongs to the side of Big. 39 seconds remaining, contested time, and it's just up to Shark and the boys to try and pull something out of the fire here. Yes, they will have the lead, but they really have been forced away by Big time and time again. This could be a big moment though, as Creed is going to be able to find one contested point at the moment, but that kill feed looks exactly like how you want to see it if you're an Exclusive fan. Slayer and Rondo are able to answer back, but looking towards the control here, Bobby, it's not looking too bad for Exclusive, but P3 rotation once again is going to be there for the side of Big.
And they've just not been able to find a response over toward Cages. I believe it's Spy locking it down over there, and the kill gap has started to grow. Slayer doing everything he can to keep his team in this, has already broken the 40 kill mark. Somebody's got to deal with Creed right here, and Mirage is not going to be the person to do it. Rondo slides the corner, takes down some of that utility, and I think they may have taken down another operator in Veer. So now we've got eyes toward the spawns, and obviously for the time being, it is going the way of Exclusive over on that green side. 4 yellow kills in the feed. And now eyes on the operators as Slayer's going to be able to find 2, but doesn't get taken down. Barely alive right here, and just like that, Big apply pressure and get on the objective, but they've got to find a way to flip those spawns.
An absolutely crucial moment here in the game as Shark Vieira are able to combine and find 3, making forward. Cesar joining the party as well. It's a 5-man down now if you're Exclusive. Quick spawns coming in here for the side of Big, but the kills are starting to fall through. And which way will this game flip? If Big can manage to find a couple of kills and then find the force through, they've got a chance, but they've got to go quickly. And it's still on the cards here for Exclusive. 10 seconds to go. It's a 3 feed coming in from Vieira. Starting to line up once again. and that should be the game for Exclusive. Can they close it out here over towards P2? Not quite, but if you are big, you've got to go over towards P3 right now, Bobby.
They've got to push through mid. They don't have time to try to flip out the spawns. They got to find a break through the front. They don't have any operators to do with. Oh, Caesar mows them down. One player slipped through the back, but there's not enough time to break. And Exclusive close out an unexpectedly close map.
Very, very good map, to be honest with you. And really, what I want to talk about, and we'll see it in the highlights quite a lot, Big was so good P2 to P3. They were so good at that. So Summit is obviously a map that they're enjoying themselves at this moment in time. But Exclusive, I think realistically, you'll look at that and maybe be a little bit disappointed they didn't control it a bit better. I want to say, especially towards the end, we've seen the slaying ability definitely stepping up. We've seen Via, we've seen Cesar going off for the team. I believe it was actually Via towards the end and Cesar who actually did just find multiple amounts of kills at the right time, which is great for Exclusive to have in the back pocket. But if they didn't have that, they could have been staring to being down in this series already.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think you look at the example that I believe Omniscient set today in the way that they dictated the pace of the game on Summit. And that was what we expected to see out of Exclusive. And they just couldn't muster it for that entirety of the first rotation. Obviously, you got to give a lot of credit to especially Slayer on Big. He and Vat put in crazy numbers. And in the end, the experience did shine through for Exclusive, but not a map that we expected to be as close as it was. And they definitely had to lock in. Maybe a little wake-up call for Exclusive to get a little bit more serious in some of these matches.
Yeah, that's one of those games that you just cannot let slip. They don't, admittedly, but they will probably look at that one and say to themselves, this could have been cleaner from us. And I think, you know, that criticism comes from a place of understanding how good Exclusive are at this game. It was Cesar towards the end who actually started popping off. There you go, 3 kills coming on through with the Sparrow, making 4 and 5 for the complete team wipe to close the game. 44 kills to his name and really was the leader. But looking at it, realistically, it's only it's an outslay from Exclusive, of course, but it's not that heavy for the points that they have, I suppose. But if you look at it, right, okay, well, yeah, maybe it is relatively heavy in terms of, especially towards the lower side, but I think they look at that as one they like maybe a little bit more dangerous than they would have liked it to be.
Yeah, and I think that's going to force them to give Big respect going into this next one, because you don't want to put yourself at risk of, number one, losing a match, but they probably don't want to lose that perfect record either. That's something you'd like to be able to maintain all the way through the season. And heading into the Search and Destroy, not typically a mode that Exclusive are known for. Definitely a solid Search and Destroy team, but we've seen Big cause some issues for teams in Search and Destroy, and they have an opportunity now to do that here. Obviously, eyes on the control, and you got to think Exclusive probably now really thinking about the control, given how close that hard point was.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they do lock that in. And actually, Brody's left his notes over here, so I'm actually going to steal that's that he put in here. So the differential so far for the side of Exclusive was sitting at 196. So they've won, on average, their games of hard point of around 200 points. So Brody, good shout on that one. That one significantly closer than that, though, Bobby. So that's going to drag that differential right down. But besides the point, look, I think they've been so dominant in hard points so far, that will be an ever so slight scare, but a scare that they will get away with. Ultimately, they will be heading into map number 2 in the lead, but it wasn't the cakewalk that we presumed it would be when it came down to Summit. We're going to head into map number 2 in just a second, but Big are definitely here to play. We've seen a decent result out of them yesterday against Nexus. Okay, fair enough. Nexus haven't necessarily been looking fantastic, but Big have shown signs of life, even in the series that they have lost.
Yeah, no question about it. Search and Destroy, not their best mode. No. I don't know that we've seen them on firing range ton. I mean, I feel like we've seen pretty much every European team on firing range ton to a certain degree, but we'll see what they can bring to the table. Last time around that I can think of, they were heavily dependent on the MK2 of Mirage, which is not something I thought that I would be saying, but he's going to pull it out once again and see what type of damage he can do. Slayer had a big impact with the sniper in hand last time around as well, and they're going to get nice and pushed up in the mid-map. Shark is going to be difficult to deal with, and I don't think anybody's going to have the read onto him. So he makes his way over to Sandbags, and Big going to opt to take the passive route. See if their snipers can find a first blood. It's going to be Creed doing the job for Exclusive to get things started.
And that is always the trap that some teams can fall into when it does come down to firing range, especially on this attacking side. If you turtle up just that little bit too much and offer a team like Exclusive that complete map control, you will be punished for it. Very little room to move or breathe. Now all of a sudden they've got to come up with a game plan because Exclusive have not offered anything up here, but Via may well be offered something. Oh, I tell you what, he wasn't far away from the collab, but we'll have to back on down. Exclusive choose to send more reinforcements over towards the B side. Big do not commit. Rondo will commit, maybe just a little bit further than he would have liked to. Says I will find that kill. 5 versus 3 now. Feels like Big don't really have a plan here.
No, it's very, very reactionary, it seems, and that allows Exclusive to just sit back and play the positions that they want. Creed picks up another onto Slayer right there. Shark's going to jiggle peek, get the information, and back away, and with that, that should be all the information that they need. Vat's going to be able to take down Veer on site, but still a lot more Exclusive players waiting in the backside. Zaka, I don't think going to have the audio cue of the player up above, but Caesar actually going to slip on through. That's going to provide an avenue for him to hit the flank right here, and all of a sudden the 2v5 has turned into a 2v3, but it's a 1v3 as Vat falls. Now all down to Zaka, 1 HP. The rest of the players can go ahead and get aggressive right here, and no reason for them to push. The bomb is already down. Spy shuts him down.
And I think the big problem for Big that, yeah, okay, look, we're going to slip in.
We need a new team name.
We do. Call yourself Large instead, and then we may actually be looking a little bit better. I think for Big there, the problem really was is that they just took far too much time. In the end, the execution actually wasn't terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but you can't leave it that long. You can't give yourself no time to find this push. And well, if you're Mirage, I don't know if that's necessarily the best place to be pushing here, but okay, it is. Shark with the SMG. Gets done over pretty much immediately, and now all of a sudden it is a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Big. This would be a big round for them to get a hold of.
Right now, Exclusive way pushed back in the mid-map. No control right here. Mirage takes down Creed. And Veer gets eyes on the one player pushing on into trailer, but he really needs to find the exit pick right here. Spies can be able to pick up 2 on the opposite side of the map, though. Just like that, it's a 2v2. And this becomes very, very manageable for Exclusive. Rondo, 1 HP, but the last bullet does not connect. Shots through the wall, won't find anything either, but both players very weak, but Exclusive just can't seem to finish them off. Quick scope out of Veer, leaves 1 player, it's going to be Vat. 17 seconds is not a lot to work with, but he's able to take down 1. Veer connects the shot for 2, and Exclusive find the round and extend the lead.
Bomb defused.
It's a clutch round from Exclusive.
Get ready for the next round.
I believe it was at minimum a 2 versus 4. It was a 2 versus 4. There was definitely kills that went on over towards the American side in the favor of Exclusive early in the round. So 2 versus 4 in the back pocket now for Exclusive. It's a bad omen now for Big. When you lose those kinds of rounds, it sometimes can set you down a path that you don't want to go on. And that path included a 2-piece for Creed. Rondo, Mirage dealt with very, very quickly. Yeah, he's overextended just ever so slightly. Zaka will be there to shut down any investments, but that's going to be allowing everybody else on the other side of the map to start to push up now. And all of a sudden, Slayer left all alone just with Zaka for company in what is now a 2 versus 4, but was a 2 versus 5.
Spotted.
They get the information there. Spy slides the corner, and he shuts down both instantaneously.
Next round.
Exclusive now extend the lead out, and once again are looking more and more confident. Last time we saw Big on this map, Slayer was playing a big role in keeping things close, but he has yet to pick up a kill. And it's definitely showed in the scoreline. They're going to get aggressive over toward A. Only 1 player in response from Exclusive. What can Caesar find? Will he get away with his life? Yes, he will. And there's Shark wrapping all the way through the mid-map. He picks up 3, make it maybe not 4, but he did a whole lot of damage. And that's round 4 going to Exclusive.
And that's sometimes the problem when you commit so many people down that back alley. If you ain't watching the mid-map, players like Shark
Defend the objective.
will just take you to the sword.
Bomb acquired.
And Grey White flanking around behind you in Shark, and the SMG does a hell of a lot of damage. Exclusive now starting to look a little bit more like the team we thought they would do up here against Big. Be the dominant showing so far in the search and destroy, but Big will be looking at this thing in themselves. This should be 3-1. You really threw at least 1 round away here. But Exclusive have looked fantastic in the other 3 so far. Now, what's the plan for Big? Again, it looks like that passive play. They're flirting with the idea of B, but I think they'll soon turn down their advances when they do realize that there's 4 players from Exclusive over towards this side.
They have heavily stacked right here. Mirage has an angle, but can't make anything out of it, and should once again force Big to wrap back to that A side. No real estate, no info to work with, and the bomb's still over by Wood. And Shark is going to keep things locked down here. Veer shuts down one. Shark finds a second right there. He's been an absolute menace. Does finally get taken down, but it's all down to Big Zaka, and the shots are not connecting right there. Caesar puts him out of his misery, and now 5-0 is the scoreline in favor of Exclusive. And for Big, there has been no definitive game plan at any point right here outside of the A push where they lost the round in 10 seconds.
Is there anything in the pipeline for Big here on this final attacking round? Once again, you can already see Shark starting the circle, if you like, finding themselves in positions where he can flank around behind if the inevitable A push is starting to come through, but Creed is dealing with them just pretty much all on his own. 2 for him so far. And there you can see on your mini-map number 5, Shark is starting to make the move himself here, but it is actually going to be a gunfight over towards the Wood side. Can Shark manage to win it? No. Vat did get a kill onto Cesar as well, so making this a 1 versus 3, but it's looking like there is going to be a half of an attacking side for Big where they ain't going to win a round unless Zaka can pull off this 1 versus 4. Now we're 1 versus 2.
He had one player really, oh no, that's Big Zaka really weak right there. Veer and Creed the ones left to deal with him, and they're trying to find the execution, maybe messing around a little bit too much, as it's now going to be a 1v1, and Creed wraps the backside of Wood right here. Now heading all the way over toward B, he'll get the audio cue that the bomb is retrieved right there. And obviously not going to be in a position where he can go for the execution, but advances forward right here. He's got a sniper in hand, and that should be the angle that he needs. The shot doesn't connect. Hit marker right there, and he will not be afforded a 3rd shot as Exclusive get a little bit too casual and hand up 1 round on a silver platter.
It kind of has been a hallmark of the Exclusive gameplay against some of these teams. I think they're, maybe getting a little bit bored of the competition, it feels like, in Search and Destroy. It's a big stack over towards the B side. A lot of utility starting to be used here as well. Slayer flying some bullets through the wood by the looks of things, but now the push is going to start to come through. You haven't had anybody beside the car, and all of a sudden you've lost complete control of the B side. Slayer should be absolutely dead to rights. Does very well to find one. Gets taken down the second. Good shot from Mirage to make this a little bit more of a competition. 3 versus 2. It is in favor of Exclusive, but Big aren't very much yet. Oh, wow.
Yeah. They get pretty pinched right there. Weren't a whole lot of points of exit. And Exclusive back to business. They only need 1 more round to take the 2-0 lead here in the series. And once again, big-time struggles for Slayer, for Rondo, combined 1 kill. Mirage has not seen a whole lot of success either. It's consistency across the board as usual for this Exclusive squad. Has not seemed to matter who they've got in the starting rotation. These guys come ready to play, and Caesar's going to get that opening information on the push out of Mirage. But I think he was actually able to slide past the doorway without getting spotted right there. Does get dealt with by Shark anyway into a 4v4.
Feels like Exclusive maybe playing the same game to a certain degree, but they can find picks like that. And that opens doors that you can then start to walk through, and well, do Big have the numbers to stop this from happening? Veer and Slayer having probably the worst gunfight I've ever seen over towards the Wood side, but now all of a sudden this push in. Oh, it's disgraceful from Creed. Vat is there to, well, looking like he was going to find the kill. Now Slayer
Bomb has been planted.
left in a 1 versus 3. The bomb is down. All hope is pretty much lost. Is Big looking to close this one out. Creed and Co are going for the execution just to seal the deal in the most disrespectful way possible. But Exclusive really have been above and beyond the better team here. Big really haven't had much of an answer for any of their advances.
Fortunately for Slayer, this is one of the easier 1v3 opportunities you're going to have, as obviously they're getting very, very aggressive right here. And unfortunately for him, his cautiousness is not going to pay off. Execution from Shark to finish things off, and Exclusive finish off the search and destroy. Take the 2-0 lead in the series.
Should have been 7-0 had they not been messing around, and that really would have not actually, I want to say, humbled them whatsoever. That was convincing. It just feels like Big, they need to come up with some sort of plan when it comes down to fire range. If you're going to let it slip by, and you're not really offering a great deal on these attacking rounds, play a different map. Just get rid of it. I know it's a big favor for some teams, but when you're going up against these top opposition, they're going to find the picks a little bit better than you. They're going to be more patient than you. Big couldn't find a single angle to really speak of, and I mean, this was it from Shark. I mean, it was just absolutely phenomenal. That round was done in the blink of an eye. I think every single player on Big caught a couple of bullets. And as far as highlights go, well, that was pretty much it, because Exclusive ran through them. 2-0 now, looking over towards this scoreboard. Rondo, oof. The coffee with a donut, unfortunately, 0 and 8 out of him. Really didn't get things going. And he's one of those players that, especially with the AR, you expect to be able to try and find something on those picks, those initials that do coming through, but nothing to be spoken of on that side of things. Creed's sitting at 11 and 5 as well. I believe for him, is this one of his first games that he's actually come into? Because usually Neil in the roster on the sniper side
That's
of things.
who's missing. I was trying to figure out. I was like, this is definitely, because Spy had been out of the rotation for a minute. And definitely odd to see Neil out. I don't anticipate that's going to be a long-term change. Maybe just trying to get some extra reps for the squad in up against a team that they felt pretty confident they could take down. Like you said, if you don't have a game plan going into firing range, search and destroy, find a different map to play. When the only play in your playbook is full send it at A and not have anybody watch your flank, like, that's just not a sustainable game plan unless you're playing ranked. And even then, it's a little bit sketchy, so I wouldn't recommend it. But we get ready to head into the control. We said if there was going to be hope for Big to take a map, it was going to be in the control. We expected that the search and destroy could get a little bit lopsided, but they have been really good on standoff control so far. They were able to take a map off of Mont earlier this season and obviously took down Nexus here as well. So this is certainly their biggest opportunity in the series.
It is, but it would have been nice to head into it just at 1-1, right? You know, that hard point at the beginning of the series on Summit was their opportunity to get something else on the board, but now you're heading into a control as a must-win up against Exclusive here. It's going to be very, very difficult. I find that just the way that these games have been kind of shaking out, Exclusive, even if they are behind, it always feels like they're just kind of warming into things a little bit, especially felt that way in the hard point, at least anyway. But yeah, the search and destroy is probably going to send. I don't want to say they'll put them in a negative spiral by any sense of the imagination for Big here. There is still opportunity for them. They will especially think now, thinking of map number 1. They had the potential to win that game. If they can send it here to a map number 4 after winning a control, and you've got another hard point, hey, you may well see a map number 5. That would be nice. But if Shark's firing like that and taking down Zaka and Rondo in such ease, then I somewhat worry about Big here. Already in the spawn trap, and this is not good.
This is a terrifying start to have Shark on a 4 spree. You get Veer set up on the tank heady, and my gosh, did that get ugly quickly. It was a 9-1 start for this Exclusive squad. Creed is pushed all the way up to spawn. Slayer obliterated off the head glitch. And Shark finds another on the backside. This was not what I was expecting heading into this one, as it does seem like the confidence has been shaken for Big. They have not found any avenues onto the objective. There's their first one. Vat slides on through. At least stops the clock right here, and they're able to win a couple of gunfights. So still hope in this round, but they have got to be a lot stronger and more aggressive.
And I think the thing is here as well, Exclusive, even with players over towards that objective, still just hitting that back alley. 3 players towards that side, really just trying to slow down any of the reinforcements coming in there to help out, but looking towards the lives, it's 11 now, making a 10 difference as Mirage will find 1 but 2. Shark is able to even those odds once again, and he's just been an absolute enigma for this Exclusive side. Big it's 16-15 to 4. A minor miracle is going to be needed here from Big. The start really just put you initially onto that back foot, and then you can't really give any lives away. 3 players left now. Every single death is a further nail into the coffin of this round. Although Mirage has done a really good job, I'm not going to lie. 11v1. And it's now going to be down to Rondo to pull off, well, somewhat of a miracle. Catches a jab to the stomach, and that will be the round. It felt like that round was over within the first 20 seconds.
It really did. And I think if you're Big, you've got to be really cautious on those opening gunfights, because if you have every single player across that wave drop, that's usually going to result in an instantaneous spawn trap just because of the way that this standoff map operates and because of how small it is. It gives up way too much opportunity to the opposition. Caesar's going to be able to push up early right right here, finds himself a little two-spree, and what do you know, Shark has already made his way into the opposing spawn.
So here they are putting the pressure on the other side of things while still getting some ticks over towards that A side. Rondo is going to be able to ease some of that tension, though. Shark will be dealt with, but Vieira's done a really good job to find a kill over towards the middle of the map. Slayer is here up top, Grandma's to maybe try and help out. Is able to find a kill, and they get them off momentarily. Spy still here, now got some backup in the form of Shark, and they will start to push forward, just trying to spread their wings ever so slightly. The kill lead is down to 3, but the damage is already done over towards A. That is captured now, a full 2 minutes and a half pretty much to get a hold of B if they can here, Bobby.
Spy trying to get Grandma's control right now. Caesar will assist. Once again, only 2 lives separating the 2 teams, so Big have done a good job of responding. They're going to pick up 2 right there, and now the operator's starting to come out. Creed shut down off of only 1 kill with the Annihilator. That's going to be able to clear off Shark on the objective, and Zaka, my gosh, what a shot on to Spy. Just like that, we find ourselves tied in lives. This is more than likely going to force some of these operators out for exclusive, and it's allowed some of them to get charged up and ready to go for Big as well. They have not read Slayer here. He's going to be able to pick up 1, plays his life to perfection, and makes it a 2-piece. Boxing gloves, not going to be able to connect right there, so a big kill for Veer, but once again, begs the question, can exclusive actually make their way onto that B objective?
A lot invested here for Big, though. A lot invested. 4 operators now available on the side of exclusive, and I don't think they'll be too eager to invest them. Hunter Killer drone out coming in as well. You can hear the call out coming through. Ronda's going to find 2. That's a lot of kills coming through here for Big now. 9 versus 7. I don't think you're panicking if you're exclusive yet, but you have a full minute, so the game does slow itself down. If they can find Rondo towards the back here, it may well break things open, but looking towards it, it's going to be Slayer who's around behind them, still holding these spawns. They could probably do with getting rid of him. The game is just really slowed down, though, and rightfully so. 6v7 with 45 seconds remaining.
Veer's able to find 1. I don't think that Shark's going to have the read on the Vat right here. May actually end up having the perfect read as they're at a bit of a standoff, and I think there's 1 player to watch the cross. So he's going to continue to lurk. Vat trying to find the kill, gets the information right here, but can't win the gunfight. Couple of big gunfights for exclusive. Just like that, it's a 3v3. No progress on that B objective. Big can afford to sit back a little bit right here. You don't need to get aggressive. Slayer's going to be able to pick up 1, and this is really going to force those remaining players to push, as there's only 11 seconds right here. It's a 1v3 and not really a doable situation for Caesar unless he gets a god tier wipe. Big, what a response after that opening of the first round for exclusive. They find a way to tie up this one.
And I want to really give a massive shout out to Slayer. He was sitting on 1 kill, ends it with 8. He found so many over towards that spawn side. They didn't have them in the spawn trap, but he just played around it. He was in and out of Grandma's, over towards the back alley, and it was just so well played. Playing his life, being a nuisance. Really good play coming in from Slayer. Kicking things off here now with pretty much everything being invested here from the operator side of things for exclusive. Wanted to pin them back, actually haven't managed to do so. Yes, they are finding the majority of the kills here, but the spawn trap that they wanted, not quite as efficient as they would have liked it, although this Sparrow might help.
Not able to pinch from that opposite side, so the pressure that Caesar's applying right there doesn't really find a whole lot of value. Mirage going to be able to find 1. The life lead has not grown a ton, but Creed sliding through right there. It's once again going to send them spawning back, and with him hopping to the top side, they got to be careful on this exit. They get information. Zaka does the rest of the damage. And Big have finally found a way to respond to that initial aggression out of exclusive. Beautiful shots out of Veer. Be able to find 1 low on HP, but Slayer working on streaks right here. 4 in a row for him, but does get spotted out by Spy, and now the life lead starting to grow.
Yeah, now you're in trouble for Big. 5 of you now push back into your spawn. You did manage to keep a few players out, and that was really helping the cause of trying to just find a little bit of tension in this lineup for exclusive. Spy can't spin round. All of a sudden, 17 to 11. This is still doable for Big, but they really do need to find a route out somehow, some way. Just seems like exclusive when a crack does start to appear. It is very much repaired very, very quickly. 13 seconds now. If you are Big, you have to get onto A, and very, very quickly you have to find the kills on top of it. Slayer's going to kick things off here with 1, but Caesar and Shark dealing with them ever so easily. 7 seconds to go. You got to get on the point. It's just not looking great for Big. 5 lives remaining here, Bobby. This is going to be 2-1 exclusive.
It would be hard enough if you'd already captured an objective, but with no progress on either of those 5v12, it's going to take a miracle with 1 second remaining. Shark on the top side shuts him down. Exclusive retake the lead right here. But that round felt a lot closer than the first one. It seems like Big are finding ways to adapt.
I think a lot of rounds would have felt closer than the first.
But they look good right here, and it's very, very apparent how defensive-sided this map is. So if they can get it down to the last round, it can potentially go down a number of captures. I haven't been tracking along perfectly, but still an opportunity.
Exclusive. It's definitely exclusive with the advantage right now. They got a full capture over towards A, so a minimum of 3 segments. Now exclusive trying to get something done over towards the B side as well. There's another one. They know if they can capture just even a couple of points, they will have defense over on the back side of things. If we do go to round number 5, Creed just putting an extra couple of bullets in, making sure he's dead. 2 different fronts being worked on here by the side of exclusive. They got players at B, they got players at A, and Big just do not know where to concentrate their efforts right now, Bobby.
Shark single-handedly capping over on B, and the nade's not going to find the kill. So it looks like exclusive are looking to put the nail in the coffin. 2 ticks of progress already secured. Big Zaka seeing what he can find with the War Machine, but there's the equalizer out of Veer. He's going to be able to zone all the way back to their spawn. I don't think there's any way that Big make their way onto the objective soon enough. They look good in the control, but exclusive were just that much better as they take the round, they take the series, and it's another 3-0 to maintain that perfect record.
12-0 on maps for exclusive so far here in the Snapdragon Challenger series, but I mean, my word, what a performance from them there in the control. Things got a little bit scary every now and then, but a very, very dominant win coming in for exclusive. I want to talk about the positives for them, of course, but I think I want to take some positives there for Big as well. The hard point was really, really good, and I hope they can build on that. But the Search and Destroy needs a lot of work. I think standoff control can be one of those where it does sometimes, when you look at the scoreline and how they play out, if you lose a couple of gunfights, the game can turn on its head so quickly because of that spawn trap. So I don't want to I don't want to lean into it too much on a hit on them on that map, because I think if you lose those opening gunfights, you're already in trouble. And exclusive punished them every single time that they got the opportunity to do so, whereas Big didn't quite find themselves as being as efficient with that spawn trap, on occasion at least anyway. It was a difficult game. It was always going to be difficult for them. I think there was some positives there for the side of Big, but ultimately a walk in the park for the most part for exclusive.
Yeah, the hard point I think was the biggest thing in that series for me. For Big, I mean, I predicted a competitive game. By the way, folks, it was a competitive game. Would have been 250 to 130.
I will give you that one.
Yeah, it would have been a competitive
250
game.
250 to 130.
Yeah, your prediction was terrible. You're up by 70 points.
Look, they did better than I expected. I'll say that much. But I mean, the S&D was a lot better from exclusive. They messed around in like 1 round there towards the end. They started to go for the execution, so they probably could have been flawless in that one. But all in all, I would say that was pretty competitive on the whole from Big, and I still stand by what I said, I think, before we got into this series, where I think Big in the last 2 matches, this one included, even though this was a 3-0, have been a lot better because they've made that change in their roster. And I almost wonder, to a certain extent, what would have happened if they'd have done that from the beginning? Would those first 2 matches look a lot different, and will they regret not having this roster as we get further and further on in the season?
And I think for me, though, at the same time, for all, I want to give them credit, you know, as I was saying, as we were walking back over about the control, that things can get out of hand on standoff, and the hard point was good. The S&D was not good. And they do need to look at that. I don't know if it's just maybe in terms of a map pick, in terms of firing range, and I know exclusive are a very, very good team, but you essentially did lose 7-0 there, and it didn't ever feel like there was a plan. You were watching it, it was just 5-man hits or wait for a pick, and they maybe need to do some work on that. If they do some work on that, they could be a solid team, because the hard point was decent. The control, yeah, I got away from them. It's just one of those things. But the S&D really does need work.
All right, well, that's all of our matches for today done. And we saw some really dominant performances. We knew today was going to be a little bit of a tough day, but it's Kings and Exclusive who are the only team still maintaining their flawless record at the top of our leaderboard, 4-0, and that will change next week when they finally face off against each other. So that one should be very, very exciting.
I am so excited for that matchup. There are so many storylines behind Kings versus Exclusive. I mean, like last season, at the end of Season 3, Kings were the top dogs. And I know there are the asterisks on their matchup at Champs. I don't think they had Inferno at the time, right? Yep. But I think it is still notable that Exclusive have made real moves to become the best European team over the last few months, including that 2-1 victory at Champs 2. I think knocked them out of the competition. So it is, I think there is a lot between these two teams, the roster changes and such as well. I am really excited just to find out which of those two teams is now on top of Europe.
It's also worth noting that I don't remember if it was here or previously, but we interviewed Creed, and we mentioned the fact that they didn't have Inferno, and he said, I think even if they did have Inferno, I think we still would have taken the series. So there's definitely a rivalry there, and they'll have an opportunity to prove whether or not that's actually the case.
And I think it's absolutely fair to say Omniscient are still in that mix. They lost to Kings by 2 rounds of the Search and Destroy in map number 5, right? So they are in there. On any other given day, they could have won that series. Yep. So realistically speaking, I'm super excited to see their game against Exclusive as well. I think those 3 teams are not far away from each other. Whatever order that is in, though, I haven't actually got a clue yet. I think it's very difficult to ascertain it, which we will get answers to next week.
And just to add on to what you're saying as well, again, we'll say it and we'll keep on saying it, Omniscient should have won that series in 4. Like, they should have won on the Apocalypse. They were 100 points up. I know this is a while ago now, but like, yeah, Omniscient are absolutely still to be considered here for potentially the best European team. So yeah, that is in the mixer as well.
Listen, Brody's saying it's a while ago, but you can go back and check the VOD if you want to watch the exact matchup that we're talking about. So you should do that, even if you just want to get better informed before what happens next week. And speaking of next week, we'll show you the schedule. You keep talking about these matches. Now you have a visual here to understand what we're mentioning, because we're just, we're starting it off with Exclusive versus Kings. And then we also have Mont versus Omniscient on there. I mean, this is a great day, Todd.
I don't think that's a bad game in Mont and Omniscient. I mean, look, realistically speaking, based on what we've seen so far, we would expect Omniscient to win that one. But they're both sitting at 3-1. If Mont can upset the odds, hey, look, it would still surprise me. Omniscient have looked more impressive. But yeah, kicking it off with Exclusive against King, I mean, that's some way to start the day on Saturday. I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be interesting.
That's going to be a really fun day. And don't forget, that's just the first day of what we have in store for you guys next week. There's a second day, and a little birdie told me there's also a really good matchup on the second day as well. So make sure you're here both days so you don't miss what happens, because those are going to be some really, really fantastic matches. It's almost time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, final thoughts. We're now halfway through the season. We pretty much have that top solidified, or at least knowing who's going to be in that top 4. And now it's just about placement.
Yes, yeah. As we said, I think we're all now at the point where, and I think we've been at the point now for a few days, that we know our top 3. I think even with Mont in the conversation, I think, you know, I don't necessarily think they're right now in the top 3. We don't know where those top 3 are at, and that is what I'm really excited for next week. I'm like a fan right now. It's going to be a really fun time next week to decide which of those top 3 teams actually sit atop the pile.
Yeah, Mont versus Omniscient's going to be a really good one. It's also very interesting that we don't have any 2-2 teams. We have undefeated teams. We have 1-3s. We have 3-1s. We don't have any 0-2s or 2-2s. So we really do have a really solidified top half of the team pool, and it's going to be interesting to see how things shake up. And even the lower bracket matches, lower standing matches, whatever you want to call them next week, those are all going to be competitive too. So obviously we had all 3-0s today. There's a very realistic possibility that we could see all map 5s next week.
Ooh,
I'm with it. I'm with it. I'd be game. Honestly, we kind of got through all the 3-0s now. Surely, I don't want to jinx it. We'll touch wood whilst we're at it as well. But no, I'm telling you, there is no
exactly that.
way.
Thank you, Bobby.
There is absolutely no. Yeah, that is plastic. There's absolutely no way that they are all 3-0s next week. I refuse to believe it. There is no jinxing in the world that can do.
There is when you're involved. What do you want from me here?
That you'd say 250 to 130 is a competitive score.
Suffice to say, next week is going to be really, really fun. We mentioned it, but our top 4 look relatively settled, which means heading into next week, what's going to be at the forefront of the minds of a lot of our teams is going to be those placements. And like we've already mentioned, we have some of our biggest matchups to date coming next week. So you have to make sure you tune in to follow along with all of the action. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And a huge thank you to everybody at home, all of you in chat for hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert.